and we have public hearings tonight. The first one is 502 Union Street. Do I have a motion to open this public hearing for 502?
So moved.
Thank you, John. Second?
Second.
Thank you. All right. Spark people, are you here?
Yes, we're here. Hi, the Spark people. That's where Susan Danziger. I'm here with Albert Wenger. We decided not to share a screen together, but we're across from each other. And then we also here with Joni, the architect, and Chad, who's the engineer on the project.
Go ahead. Tell us.
Thank you, Susan. So just if I may share and refamiliarize everyone with the project just briefly, and public comments open, and we'll then continue the public comment.
Yes, please, Chad.
Okay.
Teresa, you're muted, just so you know.
So the project consists of the addition of a third floor to the two-story building at the corner of South 5th and Union Street, 502 Union Street. The occupancy is being changed from a business use to a mixed commercial residential use. The site plan includes the new egress stair on the rear of the building, a new deck configuration, and new parking areas in the back, along with electric vehicle charging stations and an area to the side for recycling and refuse. I'm going to share some elevations of the project to update the to refamiliarize the board with the project. This is our existing look from the corner of 5th and Union Street. And this is the proposed look from the corner of 5th and Union. You can see the new egress stairs to the rear and the new glass entries to the back. Revision to the front entry on the 5th Street side with the removal of the awning and reconfiguration of the entry to come into the lobby area. And the proposed elevations all falling within the bulk schedule for heights and area for the project. Okay. And the 5th Street side. And the proposed rendering from that side, showing the new entry and the new windows. And a rendering of the egress stair to the rear of the property. And with that, we'll continue the public comment.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So board members, do you have any questions before Shaheem opens up the waiting room?
I have one. Do you have a rendering of what the top is going to look like, where you have the new space up there?
Yeah. This.
I have some screenshots. They're not fully developed renderings, sort of, you know, they're not.
Yeah, that's okay. I just want to get an idea what it looks like straight on.
If you unshare, Joni can share for a second.
Yeah. There we go.
So, can everyone see my screen all right here?
Yes.
Structure?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So this is kind of a
Oh, okay, that's better.
bird's
Yeah.
eye view. So these are kind of hypothetical views that it's not actually an embodied item. Nobody would actually see it from this perspective, but
Right,
kind of get a sense of what the kind of addition.
Well,
is.
birds would.
Birds will see it. Yeah, that's very, very true. Or drones or, planes flying by. So this is, again, kind of like you're hanging off the building here, but this shows you
right,
the end from Warren Street, like what the kind of greenhouse configuration looks like. It's all kind of set back, within the building for power line setbacks. And so we're kind of like planting this area around the perimeter. So here's a view of the greenhouse and then the kind of learning lab annex with the clerestory window. And then again, this is the view along 5th Street, but if you're kind of like up at eye level,
right.
and then we're circulating around the building. So here you see the canopy that then continues off onto the exterior egress stair.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I had a quick question too, if you don't mind. Could you just review for us the proposed occupancy again, just to refresh everyone's memory, like what's going where?
Let me, no, go ahead, Joni.
Susan, why don't you give an overview of the purpose of the spark?
Let me.
Albert is muted.
Yeah, it might be good to refresh everybody's background on what the Spark is. So Susan, if you want to just quickly summarize what the purpose of the Spark is.
Sure. So the idea behind it is basically to inspire the entire community. It's going to be a learning and training center. So we are going to have classes that range from philosophy to cooking to a whole workforce development where we're going to have training sessions so that folks in all parts of Hudson will be able to learn and train into existing jobs in the area. So that's the basic idea behind it. We're going to have programs for residents as well as visitors as well.
Is the Spark a 501c3?
There'll be two separate entities. There's an entity that holds the building, and there'll be a separate entity for the programming, and we'll be forming a 501c3 for that. Yes.
So the building's not tax exempt, but the
No, the building will not be tax exempt. We are happy to pay our property taxes.
yeah. Well, I'm not. I happen to be one of those people that's not against 501c3s. Having the exemption. I'm just wondering if what the Spark is, and it's a 501c3. Okay.
So the company owning the building will not be a 501c3, and it will pay property taxes.
Right.
The entity offering the training will become a 501c3. We will initially work through separate 501c3s in Hudson that we already work with, such as Promise Neighborhood and Basilica.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Now the house that the apartment, the residence, is that going to be a full-time residence for someone?
No, the idea behind it is that we're going to have those bedrooms be available for like trainers who may be coming up from the city, or it might be that there could be artists that are, coming to visit and need a place to stay. It may be that we occasionally stay there ourselves, but it's not a full-time residency. It's really, we want to make that available to the community and other organizations.
So it's not.
And some of the workforce training will take place there also, particular around cooking and around other hospitality training.
I remember you saying it, no kitchen in the apartment or the apartments.
Sorry?
No, there are no kitchens in the. They're not apartments per se. They are bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms.
Okay, no kitchen, just one kitchen for the training.
It's
Correct.
a demonstration kitchen that's sort of like a larger communal kitchen, right, for classes and whatnot.
I have a question for either the board members or our attorney, and I don't even know if this is within our purview, but is it in our purview? But it's also a curiosity question. So, is our attorney here?
Not working on this project, Laura.
Pardon?
Victoria's not working on this project.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll just ask it to us or anybody. If in a situation like this, where the building is, owned and it's not a 501c3, but the organization that's going to be utilizing it is a 501c3, say that the organization disbands or, moves on, that doesn't matter what the circumstances are. The building was designed and they came to us, with the plan to design this building and have this building for the purposes of housing the Spark, in this case, a 501c3. What happens if the Spark is no longer going to be utilizing that building and the building reverts to the, just back to the owner?
Well, just to, before getting to that question, our current plan is for the 501c3 to basically have $1 a year lease for the building for 10 years. But you're right that it is possible that at some point the Spark programming outgrows the Hudson or that it isn't a success. So that is of course a possibility.
So my question to the board is, and by the way, a 10-year lease for profit isn't a very long lease. So what happens then if the building owner then wants to do something else with it? Do they have to come back to the board? Because are we approving, in other words, are we approving the building or are we approving the building as it relates to Spark?
I think what we're doing here is we have to keep in mind the zoning, and this seems to fit within whatever the zoning district is that they're in, this use. It is a slight change of use. And so if someone came back and they wanted to make it into a hotel 5 years from now, they would have to come back to the planning board because that's a change of use. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So no, if the Spark leaves, then we can assume that there would be a change of use issue that they would have to come back to us for.
Well, if someone was changing the use, if someone was doing exactly what Spark was doing or similar, they wouldn't have to come back to us. It's only.
Okay. I see.
That was a good question and makes a lot of sense to us. Thank you.
So if there are no more board questions, I invite the public. Ms. Shaheen, if you could let whoever was first in there on, and I will, when I see who Shaheen has let in, I'll read off your phone number or your name if I have it. And 2 minutes.
First person's in.
Hey, Shaheen, are you letting someone in?
Yep, I let him in already.
I don't see where they are. I'm sorry.
And I don't want to start the clock until they at least show up.
That's right. So Shaheen, how do I see who you let in? I'm terribly sorry, everyone.
All right.
Oh, Betsy, it's if you go to the next. No, I don't know. I was gonna say go to the next page and.
If you open up your participants page, it'll be the only phone number to show up.
518-265-3136. Is that the
The
number?
person is muted at the moment. That's maybe.
That is me. This is Ryan Weitz with Barton and LaJudas.
Okay.
Oh, Ryan.
Oh, hello, Ryan.
You're still on the phone.
Hi, I've been on hold, and my video on my computer's also been on hold. So unfortunately, I have not heard or seen anything so far.
Welcome, Ryan. I don't think you've missed anything that you have any part of, so you're good. But
All right.
glad you got in. Okay.
I am now connected.
Great. Okay, Shaheen, you can let whoever's next in here.
221.
Sorry, I'm just not seeing what you guys are seeing.
So now there's a 646-712-1221 number. Betsy, do you see that?
It just popped up. Okay, so who is 646-712-1221? You there? Are you muted? Oh, Ryan, maybe that's still you. Are you the
Nope.
646 number, Ryan?
Nope.
No. Okay. All right, I think we will move on. And by the way, if you're in the waiting room and you're not waiting to comment on the Spark project, please don't call in right now because we'll call on you and you won't be ready to speak.
Well, that's it.
That's it. Okay. Okay, so no public comment. So, board, do you have any more questions? Are we ready to close the public hearing? Do you want to keep it open for 10 more days of comment? What would you like to do?
I just had a quick question to follow up on Laura's question. So what is to stop this proposal from, say, becoming a hotel? Right, I mean, it's already zoned for commercial. It'd be an awfully nice, hotel. What's to stop the change in use back to a fully commercial operation? And do we care? That's the last part of that is, I guess, for my fellow members of the board.
I think would it have to go to the zoning board and then to us for a change of use?
Okay.
A change back to use, from mixed use back to fully commercial.
That's just an assumption on my part.
Or what will stop them from becoming fully residential?
They don't have permits to do that.
They have to get permits to do that.
Yeah. And we have what we're talking about tonight is the application that they submitted. If you read the application, it gives you every aspect of what they want to do at this property. And that's what we would be approving, is that exact use, nothing more.
Got it.
I just want to follow up as well a little bit on, I guess, Larry and Laura's comments, which was if the part of the building is going to be residential, correct? And the ground floor is going to be commercial. But then it appears that the residential space is taking on a bit of a commercial flavor, for lack of a better word, because some of the spaces are going to be, I assume, rented to folks using those extra bedrooms. So I guess I know there's my early
we're not renting out the space commercially.
You're not using the residential space commercially at all?
No.
No.
And you're not charging the artist or whomever that is going to be staying there?
No, I mean, we if let's say somebody comes up to teach a class, we'll be potentially paying them to teach the class, but we're not going to charge them to stay there. And we've also talked with Hudson Hall and with the library, and they also occasionally have this need. Now, I could see that maybe they would pay us a little bit if we put up people who speak at the library or perform at Hudson Hall.
And maybe to cover housekeeping or something, but it's not meant to make money. It's really, again, this whole building and the whole project is really supposed to be a service to the community. And that's why we've been working with a lot of community organizations already in the projects we've already done, because we really want to make this a partnership and service to the different organizations in Hudson.
Just so you know, I don't think anybody on the board is opposed to not-for-profit making money. So whatever you want, I think our question is, more about what happens if, one, that you stick to what you've written is going to be the use. What happens if down the line, you outgrow that building or, whatever might happen. So I guess I don't know that we know all the answers, but I think Betsy has pretty much said that any other use would have to come before us again.
Yeah.
The R1 use that we've defined is a building code definition for a transient occupancy, and that's how this would be used. Any change to that would require subsequent site plan review and approval.
Yeah.
And Larry, you had a couple of questions last week, but I guess they must have been answered for you. They were more, architectural types questions.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I've just been curious about that second floor and the way in which those living spaces might be used, and whether there was to be, whether they were to be, rented or let out or, paid for as like a hotel or an inn. But I think that the applicant is quite clear on what their intentions are, and if they want to change it over time, then they come back to zoning or they come back to us. So that makes total sense to me.
Thank you.
I mean, it's a weird sort of hybrid, which is, I think, is what we like about it, but it also opens up questions about what is this strange, not residential, not commercial, not, not a, a sort of charity, right? Like, it's an interesting model, and I think that because of that, it raises some questions.
No more conversation or questions. How would you like to proceed with this application?
Well, have we made it a protocol to keep it open for 10 days for any public comments? I mean, we've kind of been doing that. That might be an advisable thing.
We certainly do that, Laura. If you would like to ask that be the case, I will tell you there has not been a flood of mail or email to me about this project.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to be engendering a tremendous amount of.
I'm fine with not doing it. I think that it's kind of become under your guidance, and I think it's a good thing that we have been doing that. And but we can make the decision not to do that for this one.
It's fine with me. We just opened the public hearing tonight, and people are maybe hearing these types of comments for the first time tonight, and it might engender some reaction. So if you'd like to make that motion, please do.
But
if the rest of the board feels that way, I don't want to make.
Well, I had a question. If we don't do that, do we simply proceed to voting on the project?
Yes.
Yep.
Laura, I like the idea of the 10 days, not because I have any serious questions about this project, but I think more in light of the difficulty that people have with Zoom. I think it is probably a good precedent when we're operating this way to use that 10 days.
Okay.
That's probably a good idea.
So I'll make a motion to keep the public hearing open for the 10 days.
Second.
For public comment, yeah.
Okay, Linda, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Well, can we just discuss it for a second before we vote?
Yes, of course, I'm so sorry.
When is our next meeting?
In August, second Tuesday of August.
So, my own interest is in helping folks move their projects through as quickly as possible. So if we do vote for the 10 days, which I think that Laura and Stephen are right, it gives folks a chance to comment outside of this crazy Zoom scenario. But I also, I don't want to keep people waiting on us. Yeah, that's my concern.
It's a really good point, Larry. I mean, Betsy, how does that work after the 10 days?
The public hearing automatically is closed after 10 days. And then, so we accept no more public comment after July 24th. And then at our next meeting, we would name the project for seeker, do the seeker questions, part 2, do a pause deck, neg deck, and then approve or disapprove.
I just want to say that I understand what you're saying, but everything is backed up. This situation has backed up everything. I think that us keeping the public hearing open for 10 days, giving people a chance is a good thing to do. And we apologize for holding everyone up, but nothing is done quickly today. Nothing. I can't get a doctor. So I'm just
All
saying-
right, so we do have a motion and a second on the table board. Shall we take, is there any more conversation, discussion, questions?
I would maybe, Betsy, I was just going to point one thing out too, is we had talked about the possibility of doing a second meeting. And that's still an open question, but that could be something to revisit here if we're going to start saying a precedent of doing, 10-day open comments. Maybe we can do both things. We can, allow for people to get a word in, given the technology challenges, and also keep applications moving forward quicker than a month at a time.
That is on our agenda for tonight, to review whether or not we want two meetings.
That is good.
We could also do a special meeting like we did for, the back bar application, where, maybe
should.
2 weeks from now, we quickly.
Let's ask the applicant, does this mess you up badly if you have to wait till next month to,
Well, we're ready to start construction, so.
Right.
We understand the board's concerns with the difficulties, but it's been challenging for everyone, especially on our side, as far as our schedule of being able to move forward. I think our first application went in just as the shutdown began.
Right.
So it's been a long period to get to this point.
Yes, Chad, it has.
But one thing I want to point out, that if we're going to include the applicant on our decision, what's going to stop us from doing it on the next time? So I think it's something that we as a board should make the decision based on, not including an applicant, because what we'll say, we said, okay, we're going to make the decision tonight on this applicant, and the next one that we want to wait and hold open
Right.
days, it'll say, well, why can't I say something?
Right.
I'm just saying that we need to do this without any.
Yeah, it's a precedent.
Yes, exactly.
Right. I mean, there needs to be a consistent policy. There needs to be a consistent rule. I think, the discussion on having two meetings will, contribute to this. It seems to me we should keep it open for that period. And perhaps we can have an interim meeting that's not necessarily special for Spark, but would initiate our two meetings a month.
Well, I'm going to just say this, I hesitate for one to vote for the 10-day, keeping it open for 10 days with the two meetings a month in the, as a possible thing in the horizon, because that is not something that I am in favor of. Now, it could be that I am outvoted, but I think that that's a whole discussion. And so I would rather say, let's have a special meeting for this application because it has been so, I'd be willing to do that. But I'm not willing to commit to 2 times a month at this point. So if we set precedent that we're going to have a 10-day, keep it open for 10 days, which I think everybody is thinking is a good idea for everybody, not just this application. And then we want to consider a special meeting for this particular application. I think that's fine.
That makes sense. I think that at least from my point of view, we can vote.
On the application, you mean for the 10 days?
What?
I was curious about what Larry meant. You were saying you're in a position where you could vote. Do you mean vote on the application tonight?
No. Vote on the motion.
Okay, all right.
We have a motion to extend the public comments for 10 days. I think that Teresa's point is valid. And we can decide later tonight or in time if we want to set a special meeting or increase our monthly meetings. But for now, the issue is, do we want to extend the public hearing for 10 days? And I think that we should vote on that.
Yes.
One question, Betsy, and maybe this would address Larry's thoughts as well, is it might be possible to vote on the project later contingent on no additional comment coming in from the public. That way, if after 10 days there are no additional comments, the approval would then stand.
I wouldn't want to do that actually, because then folks might be disinclined to participate in the public commentary because they think that that we've already voted, we've already decided, and why should they have any input at this point?
Yeah, I agree, Larry.
I think that it's real important that we get the feedback in, if any, and then we vote, right? Like it's, otherwise we're devaluing the public's input.
I'd rather, I'd rather set a special meeting for this application in 10 days than, anyway, I think we're ready to vote.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Linda?
Larry,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Betsy,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
and Clark.
Yes.
All right, Chad and all, Spark people. We will work out a timing. I've got to look at the city calendar and we'll look at timing to get back together within the next 10 days or 2 weeks. And I will let you all know tomorrow.
We
Very good.
appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
So you'll hear from me tomorrow. Chad, can I make you the point person?
Yes, that'd be fine, Betsy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking good.
All right, so next on our agenda is public hearing on 620 Union Street, which is a site plan application from 620 Hudson House LLC to renovate and construct a new addition for a hotel requiring 25% expansion of use and a change of use. So David, I see you here. I'm not sure who's going to lead us through this part, but take it away, whomever. David, you're muted. You're on mute. Do I have to unmute? I will unmute. There you go. There you are.
Great. Chad, thank you all for your time this evening. I'm going to hand it off to Chad Lindberg, Taconic, and Mike Finney.
Thank you, David. We are in the middle of public comment at this point. We started public comment at the last meeting, and I'll take a brief minute to just run through the site plan real quick, and then we'd like to address some of the comments that we've received so far. And we're happy to get additional comment, Betsy, whatever format you want to run before we begin to address. And so think about that a little bit, and I'll just refresh the recollection for the project in general. Okay?
Okay.
Very good. So the project consists of the addition and conversion of 620 Union Street to the Hudson House Motel. We've run through the different site plan developments for the project at this point. And the elevations showing the proposed addition, both in the front elevation from Union Street and from the alley, and the end elevations. That's the update on the application itself from the technical standpoint. So, would you like us to begin addressing some of the comments, Betsy, or would you like to receive additional? One of the comments that came up last time was how the building and proposed addition impacted the shading on the properties along the alley. And we've conducted a full solar study that was developed by the Finney Group. Would like to present the findings of that show how the sun actually would impact the property in the two configurations. So we're happy to do that now.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to turn everything over to Michael Finney from the Finney Group, and he's going to run through the development of the solar study.
Great. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, board, for your time this evening. If you could allow Ed Anchor to share his screen, he's with me. You can see here, what we first did is just take some pictures of Cherry Alley, which is the area in question, and looked at what the actual sun is doing, recently, with about 3.5 weeks ago. You can see this is early morning, 9:03 a.m. And the property runs north-south. So this is to the east. This is the east side of our property. So, you would expect to see this in the morning, that the buildings across Cherry Alley actually shade themselves. So the sun is on the far side of those buildings, peeking a little bit into the alley, but it's mostly on the far side of the buildings, and they're actually shading our building in the morning slightly.
Can you point out your site on this photo?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
the
Yeah,
side,
I got it now. Okay, thanks.
1906 edition there.
Yeah.
This is the Cherry Alley in the middle. So you can see in the morning, it's really the opposite. Their buildings are shading the alley and part of our building, which is to be expected given the north-south orientation. As we move through the day, a couple hours later, by 11 a.m., the sun has turned the corner a little bit and is higher and is really lighting up the alley. Their buildings are still in slight shadow, but you can see their shadows are pulled back to just a few feet into the alley now. So we're still experiencing shadow from their buildings into the alley and not from our property. If we move to the next photo. So now by early afternoon, sort of the opposite starts happening again because of the north-south orientation. Our buildings start to, the sun is turning the corner now and hitting our buildings, starting to shade the alley about halfway out, as highlighted there. Go to the next photo. By late afternoon, you can see their buildings are in full sun. Our building of the addition, the 1906 edition, and our building, which is of similar height, will shade the alley, but not really on the buildings yet. So it's fully across, but not really on the building yet. So early evening, as you start to get towards later in the day, now our building will start to shade, but it's only about a half story up. You can see the peak of the 1906 edition there on the building across the alley, and it's about a half story up on the building. So we just wanted to give you some real-time photos of what's going on with the sun. You can see a majority of the buildings are all fully in sun. And then in addition to this, we did an animation that looked at the whole alleyway and our building with both our proposal and that of the suggested proposal here. And Ed, why don't you run them through this and show them what's going on?
Sure, bear with me just 1 second. I want to pull up the summer rendering first. Can everybody see my screen right now?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, great. So what you're looking at here, I'll kind of orient you a little bit. We're actually looking towards the west, and we're on the east end of our building. You can see in the top rendering, this is what we're proposing in the construction of the building. Across this is Cherry Alley right here, and then across the alley, this is the building that was in question with the bay that Mr. Pratt had some concerns about, and then the rest of the buildings down the alley until we get to down to South 7th Street at the end here.
Ed, I think
yes.
I think you got that backwards. I think that's the west end of your proposal.
I'm sorry.
We're looking
correct.
east.
Yes, you're looking east. My bad. I'm sorry. Thank you for that.
Fine.
So the upper and the lower are essentially the same. However, in the lower elevation, per some of the comments that we received back from Mr. Pratt, we took a look at what the building would look like if we pulled it in off the alley, the 20 feet that he suggested. We wanted to study that in terms of the solar orientation. So I'll run you through the animation. I'll go through all the way first, and then I'll drop back and stop a couple of instances through the site. I'll point out some important points throughout the day. So we started the animation early in the morning before sunrise. This happens to be just about 4 o'clock. The times are shown right here, but they're very small. So I'll just point out when we get to certain times. So this is at 5 o'clock, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 o'clock. So now this is the solar orientation as it moves across the sky. I want to point out a couple of things here, and I'll pause the video at a couple of key points. Right around this is 7, 8, 9. Until we reach the about 10 o'clock hour, a little bit after 10 o'clock, you can see that the buildings in the alley are basically in complete shade because the sun hasn't peaked in the sky yet. Right about when we hit 11 o'clock in the morning, right about here, right about here is about 11 o'clock in the morning. And as soon as the sun comes high in the sky, that basically puts the alleyway buildings in complete sunlight. Now you can see that despite the orientation of the building from about 11 o'clock, whether it be in what we're proposing in our location versus what Mr. Pratt has proposed, there really isn't a whole lot of difference in the way that these buildings are receiving sunlight at this point in time during the day. And as we move through different points of the day, you can start to see that basically from 11 o'clock on through until we get to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, this is about 2:50, the buildings don't come into really any shade until about 2:50 in the afternoon. And then as we move toward through the rest of the day, you can see that Mr. Pratt's buildings are very seldom in the shade. And actually the other alleyway buildings form a little bit more of the shade coefficient there towards we get to the end of the day. This is at about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And as the sun starts to go down in the sky towards, this is as late as we go, this is about 7:30 in the evening. But as you can see from the two renderings that we have here, the two animations, the sun hits the buildings in the back despite the orientation or the moving of the building for the majority of the afternoon. And that's what we wanted to kind of exhibit with the solar study. We also ran this solar study during the winter, and I'll show you what that looks like as well. Just bear with me here as I change the screen. Just gotta go to the other one. Can everybody see the screen again there?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So apologize for the little bit of rendering fidgets there, but you'll get the idea. So I'll run all the way through this and you can see what you see here is basically the same animation as we run it throughout the day. Obviously, during the wintertime, the sun is obviously much lower in the sky, so the shading becomes a little bit more severe. However, what I want to point out is that at about 9 o'clock in the morning, the buildings basically come into full sunlight. So this is about 9 o'clock in the morning. As you can see, as we progress through the day, the shade of the building starts in at about 10 o'clock in the morning and basically creeps up the face of the building on the upper elevation until we reach about noon. So right here, I want to point out, there's about a 2-hour window from about noon to about 3 where the differing or the proposed elevation by Mr. Pratt would allow a little bit more sun onto the building, but it's only for about 2 hours of the day. As you can see with our proposed, it's kind of in the shade right now. And then by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you can see the buildings are both basically in the same amount of shade. So there's about a 2-hour window where there is a little bit more sunlight, but it isn't the entire day with the sun in the sky as it currently sits during the wintertime. So obviously in the summertime, there's very little, there's really no difference in the amount of sun that gets to the alley, depending on where the building is. And in the wintertime, there's only about a 2-hour window of difference where you would experience a higher level of shading on the back of the buildings. I hope this illustrates to the board a little bit more clearly some of the concerns.
and we wanted to exhibit that we took them seriously. We wanted to make sure that we looked at them definitively with the different orientations of the building.
Right.
Mike, I'll throw it back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ed. That was really helpful. I think also to remind the board that we're trying to preserve the historic gardens that are on the opposite side of the building, that we have 2 large mature trees. We've done a bunch of research on what those gardens might have been. Wagner Hodgson has done quite a detailed landscape plan that they've presented as well. And we feel that that is a real attribute to the community, that preserving that space there. If we were to move the building 20 feet in, you would lose those mature trees. You would create a large asphalt patch off of the alley, and you would really destroy the gardens and the proposed landscape plan as designed by Wagner Hodgson. So also that's a big part of the design is having the addition be maintaining that urban context of the alley and not have the addition compete with the historic facade of the McKinstry Mansion.
Shifting that addition forward towards Union simply wouldn't honor the historic mansion the way we'd like to.
Right.
Betsy, are we commenting on that now, or are we going to open up for public commentary and then, discuss the project, or how do you want us to proceed?
I think if you have comments now, Larry, it's fine, and then we'll open it up to the public.
Okay, well, I think that I'd like to start by saying that it pleases me personally that your team took seriously the public commentary and demonstrated the advantages and disadvantages of a proposed revision. And I think that that's often a tough thing to do. You want your project to go ahead and you don't want to actually have to do more study and frankly, spend more money. And I think that it's quite, admirable on your part that you did that. And I want to, frankly, thank you as someone coming into Hudson for actually working with us in a collaborative way. I think that the study is extremely useful for me, in terms of, we never had a real sense of the bulk of your building on that alley. And I think that we can get that from the video. Frankly, I was just hoping for a cross-section through the alley showing the relative massing, but I think it's wonderful what you've done. And I think that it certainly alleviates any concerns I had about the impact of your project on abutters and makes a strong case for the site plan as you proposed it in your application.
Thank you, Larry.
Any other comments from the board before we open it up to the public?
I'll just state that I'm in agreement with Larry. Thank you so much for the great work. I know it's extra work, and everything Larry said seems to me to be spot on. Very much appreciate the effort to accommodate significant public concerns. And I think that your presentation, for me, put those concerns aside as not significant relative to the old trees and the park space, et cetera, in front. So for me, I'm happy to proceed.
Thank you.
I'd like to just bring up the issue of parking again. And I think we had talked about coming back to this meeting, a commitment to renting a certain number of parking spaces from the city. Was that we were able
I can speak to that. Dave and I spoke about that earlier this week. David did go to Tracy Delaney, the city clerk, to purchase those parking permits for the municipal lots. They are not available to him to purchase because he wouldn't need them for over a year. And the city will not sell them to him in advance.
Good,
So
but that's something that we could have him make a commitment to when he actually does need them.
He's willing to, he has told me that he's willing to do that. David, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's.
I am 100% willing to buy
Okay.
permits when the hotel opens for business.
All right, so that'll be one of the conditions of the approval. Okay, great, thanks.
But if I may, Betsy, what happens if 5 years later, the city doesn't sell me 31 parking permits?
Yeah, everybody has that problem, you know.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I think that if we were going to make that a condition of the approval, I would like to vote on that because, you know, we waive parking requirements, and I think that the owner of the hotel or the manager of the hotel can figure out where the folks are going to park, and if it's a parking problem and if people are upset, his Yelp reviews are going to show that right away, and he better hustle and solve it. You know.
Well, but the people that live on that block aren't going to be, you know, commenting on the Yelp reviews about how good or not good the hotel is. I know that when the WIC lost some of its parking area, they had to find another way to rent space. It is an issue, but.
In all fairness, Laura, that was when there were still parking minimums in place in Hudson. There aren't any.
But they could let it go if they wanted to now, Betsy, and they haven't. It would make life on Cross Street absolutely horrible for the people that live there if they did. They're being good neighbors. Going to have parking issues in this city, not that we don't already. We have residents that are our friends and our neighbors that live here, and they're, you know, it's a worry.
Well, I don't disagree with you, Laura, but the council voted on waiving parking minimums, and you know, it's.
That's fine, Larry, I know.
Okay.
But you know, the council also expected businesses that were going to be bringing in, you know, this number of people to, you know, to be good neighbors. They were counting on that. I asked Tom Petro about that. The assumption would be that if you were going to have a hotel or a theater, you know, an establishment where you know, there would be a lot of people, that you wouldn't want your patrons to not have accessible parking, and that you wouldn't want your neighbors to dislike you immensely.
I agree with you. Totally agree with you. I just don't know that it needs to be a condition of our approval.
But
right?
can
I mean, the
If it's not, then it won't happen. Then it
Okay.
won't.
Can I say
I won't
something?
approve it.
Just because the council voted on it, I don't think it meant anything, has anything to do with our decisions and what we decide to do. So I really do believe if we decide that's what we want to do, we do it. If the council vote on getting rid of a minimum parking space, has anything to do with our decision.
I mean, it has to do with I mean, we talk about this in other applications that, you know, the well-being of the community, you know, is also our concern no matter what the council voted on. So we talk about that in other applications. I'm not sure why we don't consider that here. And you know, I like the project. I think it'll be a wonderful project. But you know, there's a parking issue. And I still think that there's an alley issue in terms of traffic, since Cherry Alley is the alley. So I'm far down the street. You know, when trucks go through there, a lot of times we're having, you know, any traffic that made the mistake of making a turn has got to back out. I mean, these alleys are, you know, not wide. I think that there's an alley issue, but, you know, they got to do business. So you know, we have to let that go. Anyway, let's see what the public has to say.
Wait a minute, I think it's also a load and unload issue. I said that at the last meeting, and I don't think that was addressed at all. You have two spots in the front, and I had talked about, I can't remember what you called it. That said no, and then I said about the parking on the side. Can that be designated in some kind of way to the hotel for loading and unloading, where it doesn't block the traffic turning, coming on Union? Maybe I wasn't clear, but that wasn't addressed.
And since Tom just commented, Tom is not the only person that talked about Walter Chatham talked about how having no parking requirements would be so helpful in what everybody did. So Tom, I'll take that away since you seem to be bothered by the fact that I quoted you. I know they did a traffic study. That's not my point.
I wasn't bothered.
My point. You're not the only one that said that, Tom, and I'm not criticizing you for it. I'm simply saying that we as a planning board also have to consider the well-being of the entire area, the entire vicinity there. And I think that there's going to be a problem with parking for people that have houses in that area. So, you know, that's my thought. It's not an argument. It's my thought.
And with the patrons of the hotel. The patrons of the hotel are going to have to fend for themselves to find parking. The permits will be for the people who work there, I assume. So you have, say you're half full, that's 25 people out on the street looking for a parking space, and maybe having to go over to Warren Street on at 8 o'clock in the morning to plug meters. It just, there's a lot that does, you know, that doesn't jive here for me.
Doesn't jive well. I mean, really, truly, I mean, I would feel bad for the people that have rented rooms there, but that's something that the hotel management would have to deal with. It's the people that live in Hudson, you know, that have invested in Hudson and have homes that won't be able to find places to park. That those are the people that I'm actually very, very concerned about.
No argument there.
But let's see if maybe the public, you know, has a comment. Rather just me.
I do know that Sam Pratt is holding, but I don't know who else might be on this particular issue.
If I may.
Yes, David.
The traffic study that we had done showed that there are 280 to 332 available spaces within a 4-minute walk. Yet during our peak demand times, the demand is for only 31 spaces during Friday night and Saturday night. So those 31 parking permits that I'm going to be purchasing, that I'm happy to purchase for the municipal lots, should they be available for me to purchase, will be for our customers.
Okay, that's good.
Hey, Shaheem, waiting on you.
Hey there, am I in the meeting?
Yes. Your number?
Hello?
Hello. 518-755-6624.
Yeah, that's me, Sam.
Hi, Sam. This is Sam Pratt, Linda.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
Sam.
Good. I don't have a tremendous amount to add, but I do have a few things to say. I'm somewhat reassured by the visualizations that were presented, at least for the building where I have a rental. Maybe not so much for the buildings farther up the alley. But I do have to say, for those leaping to embrace these visualizations, as is so often the case, and it's understandable why, the applicant has answered the question really in the way that suits their interest best. And I feel like a number of issues that I raised were not addressed at all. So let me go through those very briefly. The first was that I did suggest moving the building back 10 to 20 feet. It does appear that as far as sunlight goes, for the building I'm in, again, there are multiple buildings impacted by this, that may not make a tremendous difference, but I was also suggesting that the top of the roof line be brought down somewhat. So we don't know from what was presented, unless I misunderstood, and that visualization does include a building with a lowered height. We don't know, we haven't actually seen an examination of the sunlight issue of what I proposed. I don't necessarily expect that they do it. Again, it's not going to affect me as much as I thought as far as sunlight goes. But that said, I also raised the issue of the views from these structures. And in fact, I mean, I think it was Larry in the last meeting who said, let's see a view from the alley so we can see if Sam's rendering of the height of the building is accurate. In fact, I underestimated the height of the building based on what I've seen presented tonight. And the view from my unit of Mount Marino, let alone Union Street and everything else, will be completely blocked based on what you've presented. So we're not just talking about sunlight, we're talking about the views. That space has been open for at least 120 years, maybe longer. I understand that time moves on, but my concern as far as the view has been confirmed. The concern about sunlight has been somewhat allayed. The final point that I raised, which I've not heard addressed, but maybe I missed something, it was the benefit of moving the building back for deliveries and access through the alley. And I see that no changes have been proposed in that regard. So the benefit of that for deliveries and for people being able to pass through the alley, you know, I hadn't even noticed before that the small staircase down to the main original building actually protrudes into the alley more than close to 7th Street, more than the rest of it. So you've got a real bottleneck there in particular, which can't be changed. But, you know, as I said up front, I don't oppose the project. I like this kind of development. I wish the developer well, but I think the neighbors will feel a heavy impact of those of us who live on the alley in terms of loss of view and some sunlight. And I think if the developer insists on pushing this building right up against the alley, they will find out the hard way what a problem that is. And I offer that in the spirit of, very sincerely, that I think it's to your benefit to relieve that, not to push the building right against the alley for all the reasons stated. But I wish you well, and I hope that those comments are taken in a constructive fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Is there anyone else on the phone who would like to speak to this project?
Well, but I think the neighbors will feel a heavy impact.
Again.
So what are we hearing?
Hello?
This is the same audio.
That's Sam.
Okay, yes, was someone else on the phone? No more comments? Shaheem, is everybody,
Yeah, that was the last person.
sorry?
That was the last person that we just.
Okay. All right, so board, do you have any comments, thoughts, questions at this point? And how would you like to proceed?
The same 10-day, keep it open, and then if we have a special meeting, you know, we can handle both of these at the same time? It's a question? Suggestion?
Not a motion?
Well, let's see what everybody else thinks. I'll make that as a motion, but people might want to comment before I do.
Well, can I ask just the applicant, do you have any thoughts on what Sam highlighted in terms of the alley traffic and and effect on views?
And what Teresa said in terms of the unloading or?
Yes, yeah, we'll address those. First of all, you talked about the roof line and the height of it. We chose to model the worst case scenario, which was at the highest point. And even with at the highest point, you can see that the shadow was really negligible on that building. So, and quite frankly, to lower it a story would make the project unfeasible to take an entire story off the building and lose a story of rooms. So we chose to model the worst case scenario, and I think we saw that it's really negligible. The other thing he mentioned was about views across the alley. He's talking about views into the applicant's property, which right now is a little bit of a tired lawn and some trees. And I understand that, he has a view of that area that now will have a view of a building, but it's in an alleyway. In an urban context, you'd expect to have buildings across the urban street from you. And if you were to move the building back and provide, like an asphalt strip, we think that would be not in alignment with the urban context. You'd still be looking at a building. You would now just be looking at more asphalt. And we did provide a recessed area in our building to hold our dumpster and to provide trash and recycling staging, so that would not be in the alley. The other thing is he mentioned that the staircase that protrudes into the alley is a problem. Well, we're actually removing that. And if you look at our proposed plan, we're taking that out so that pinch point would be alleviated. And we're providing that recessed area for drop off and pickup.
Okay.
So, alleys are really designed to be service delivery areas so they don't congest the main city streets. And we feel that that's the appropriate use there. Again, in previous conversations, we talked about coordinating deliveries with other building owners on the street. We're happy to do that. So I think we've addressed that at length, those three items. As far as Teresa's comment on the drop off, Ed, if you could pull up that graphic. We
I'll
did
do that right now.
We studied that. We studied the circular drive that.
Yeah, I think we had a little bit of technical issue last meeting because the file was so large. But you can see here, we did study it. If you could pan maybe to the left a little bit, just so we can see the, yeah, there we go. So there are two designated drop-off spots right now on Union Street. We feel that's enough to kind of cycle customers in and out that need to drop off. We looked at what it would do if we took those two spots and moved them off the street and created a vehicular drop-off, which could be attached to a porte cochere if you wanted to. Couple things happen here. One, you see that we really destroy the garden and the courtyard that's associated with the project. We lose at least one of the large mature trees there. The dining terrace gets kind of destroyed, becomes more of a vehicular area. And you're not really gaining any other additional drop-off spots. You take two from the street, move them inboard. But the problem is you would then lose 4 additional parking spots on the street with the new curb cuts. So the new curb cuts would then also create more congestion with cars going in and out rather than cars simply pulling over and then pulling back on. So you got cars crossing sidewalks in 2 locations, which we also think is less desirable to interrupt the pedestrian flow on that sidewalk there. So after studying this, we really felt that leaving the 2 on the street and maintaining the courtyard and the terrace and the historic gardens is really a better solution. And we don't feel a porte cochere is necessary.
This is unattractive.
Yeah.
That is right.
Yeah.
Do something. I mean, you only did one study, but that's okay.
I've done a lot of studies respectively.
It's not pretty at all. It looks big and weird.
And that's what you need. That's what you need for to go off the street and back on the street. That's the minimum turning radiuses and so on, and to get two full car pull-off areas. So that's the minimum you would need to recreate what you have on the street now.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you very much for doing that. That is a really helpful illustration of what could be. I appreciate it.
Sure.
And I want to thank you too for addressing my issue. which I did bring up. Thank you.
Sure.
No problem.
So Shaheem, just to confirm, there's no one holding to comment on this?
Oh, no one else.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so board, what would you like to do? Laura suggested a possible motion. We
I'll
can
make a
that.
motion that we hold the public hearing open for 10 days for write-in comments. And if we do arrange a meeting, a special meeting for the Spark, then we can add this to it.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
John, thank you.
One thing I'd like to say is that we did do that at the last meeting. And respectfully, we've only received some, really the same comments from Mr. Pratt. And the applicant's really up against a timeline at this point for construction season in order to finish documents and start construction. So, I've just put that on the table for the board to consider.
We already did the 10-day.
Yes.
We've been open for 30 days.
Oh.
We've been open 2 full meetings.
We had a public hearing last meeting as well.
Right.
And we received the same comments and no additional since then.
I want to ask a question. Did we get something in today about this?
What's
I
that?
missed your question, Teresa.
There was a letter that came in today where a lady said, didn't like, no, maybe I didn't copy it, so.
I'm reading the minutes from last meeting, and while it had been proposed, Larry proposed a 10-day window for further public comment. That was not approved. We left it open for the full month.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
So we have had 2 full months of public comment.
Correct.
Right, but basically, I think we've kind of set a precedent where once this process is where it is, we then give the 10 days for write-in comments. Am I confused?
The zoning code is very specific about the requirements for public comment, and we've doubled those requirements for this.
We're not the zoning board.
No, the zoning code. The zoning code, which applies to the requirements for the site plan review.
Is our attorney with us now, since this was a project she's supposed to be with us on?
She's not really on this because we do not have escrow for this project.
I thought this and Verizon and.
We have not opened escrow on this project, Laura. Sorry, we haven't. So we have a motion and a second for closing the public hearing, or leaving the public hearing open for 10 additional days for comment.
And I might just say too, I think that the establishing this precedent of leaving things open for 10 days is a good idea given Zoom and everything else. But I think it is I take the point, if we've been open for 2 months here, and the developer is up against a tough schedule here, I don't know that we need to create a precedent that we just do this every single time necessarily, especially if we've got 2 months of public comments behind us. I don't know how this works with motions, but I would actually move to close the public hearing at this point.
You do have a good point. In the case of the Spark, this was the first night of public hearing for them.
Oh, it was.
Okay. Yeah, this was the first public hearing month for them. But we have had the public hearing open. I can tell you, other than Sam's comments, there was one other letter of concern that was posted. All the others have been in favor of the project, just so that you all know.
That's the letter I was trying to find.
I don't know that I saw letters in favor of the project, but that doesn't mean that they weren't there.
They're there.
Okay, so if this is the first public hearing,
No.
This is
then,
not the public hearing.
then, Betsy, what did you just say? I'm confused.
Okay. What I said was that this public hearing is open for 2 months.
Mhm.
In the case of the Spark, this was the first month of
Okay.
public hearing for them.
Oh, right.
Okay, I see.
So to extend the 10 days.
Okay, I didn't hear you say the Spark.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now, this particular 620 union has been open for 2 months.
Should we vote on Laura's motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we should vote on Laura's motion.
Well, can I just take back the motion? I retract the motion?
Yes, you can withdraw the motion.
I pull it back? I withdraw the motion.
I'll unsecond it.
You'll unsecond it. Great, John. All right, Steve, would you like to make a motion?
He withdraws the second.
All right, I'll move that we close public hearing on this project.
I second that.
Thank you, Larry. Any more conversation? Okay, Linda, it's all you.
Larry,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Betsy,
Yes.
Wait a
Teresa.
minute, what are we voting on? I don't know what we're
Closing
voting
the
on.
public
We're
hearing.
voting to close the public hearing.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Yes.
Laura,
Okay,
Stephen,
yes.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
The public comment is now closed on this application. Do we want to do seeker on this tonight?
Well, we're gonna do it right now.
Yes. Okay, close. Board,
We have to do it right now. Right.
is there a reason not to do it right now?
Mm-mm.
Well, it is under old business.
Be in favor of that. And we can do this without any legal counsel walking us through the process.
I have the seeker questions. The process is, and Victoria's listening, so Victoria, jump in, please, if I get this wrong.
Okay.
We have closed the public comment. So now what we would do is we would go through the part 2 of their application, which is the impact assessment, the seeker questions. That's part 2. And that's where we decide that either something has moderate to large impact or no small impact. And then we would either give it a pause deck or a neg deck, apply any conditions, and approve or disapprove the project. Victoria did not jump on, so I think I got that right.
Betsy, just in terms of process, do we declare,
Yes, we're getting a nod. Yay! Okay.
do we declare what type of action it is? Unlisted, type 1, type 2? I know we'd had that conversation on all projects, making sure we, I guess, check
Yes.
those boxes or.
We can check this box. If we haven't,
I'm going to jump in for 1 second. I did have some conversations with the applicant prior to this meeting with the expectation that there might be escrow set. And he provided information supporting a classification as an unlisted action. So it doesn't meet any type 1 thresholds. It doesn't meet any type 2 thresholds. So as part of this, you should say that it's unclassified and then continue your review.
What's unclassified?
unlisted,
I'm sorry.
unlisted. It's an unlisted action. Which means that we do not have to do a full environmental assessment form and a full environmental impact statement. It means it doesn't rise
We
to
can
the
do
level.
we can do a short one, right?
We have to do any. Oh, we have to do a short one.
So if you all want,
So can I just say that though so in this process, and then if we are going to have a condition, though I guess that it is debatable about the parking, is that after we do the seeker? And then how do we list this? Do we just state that we're listing this as an unlisted action as part of the seeker?
It's already been named an unlisted action. So now we go through the seeker questions on part 2, which I have in front of me. Then we
Okay.
declare it either, and we give it a neg deck or a pos deck. And at that point, if we say whatever we say, then if it's a pos deck, then we go on to major seeker stuff. If it's a neg deck, we assign any conditions that we want and vote. That's my understanding of the process. I think I've got that right.
I think that's, yeah.
Sounds right.
So Laura, your conditions, the conditions conversation would happen after we make the, well, assuming that we did not make a pos deck. In the event that we made a neg deck, that's when we would discuss any conditions that we wanted to attach to whatever approval we might give subsequent to
Yeah,
declaration.
okay.
Okay.
So if you want me to go on, I will go through the part 2. Are we ready for that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right. Will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulation? The suggested answer is no or small impact. Will the proposed action, and by the way, if anybody disagrees, shout out. Will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity of use of the land? Suggested answer is no or small impact.
Can you read that one again?
Will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity of use of the land?
Well, it will be a change in the intensity of the use, but it could be a small impact, correct?
Your choices are no to small impact or moderate to large impact.
Okay.
And there's no sort
I
of.
would say it is, but then of course it's done as of right with the zoning, right?
And that's okay. We can say that in our determination of significance, we can say that even though it has a moderate to large impact on the land, the planning board still felt this way. That's okay.
Yes.
Just because you do that doesn't negate the project.
Then I would like to say it has a moderate impact.
Okay.
Are we agreed?
Sure.
I agree.
Great.
Okay. Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community? No or small impact or moderate to large? I would suggest no.
Will it impair what? Say it again. Will it impair?
The character or quality of the existing community. Will it be a negative on the quality of the existing community, basically?
No, no.
No, I think it's interesting on this point because, you know, the historic preservation had a very strong, you know, support for the project in a way that I was a little surprised at. And, you know, I think that their endorsement of the project alleviates any concerns that I may have had about the aesthetic profile of the project, let's call it. So, yeah, I think I'm fine with this one.
No, it will not have a negative.
Does parking count?
Yes.
Are we, I mean, I guess, are we talking about aesthetics? I guess I don't know if I understand the question.
Can you read it again, Betsy?
Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community? I would say no, but that's me.
I would say small. Or no, I mean, the parking study showed that there's enough parking in my view. And of course, the applicant has indicated that they would pursue those 32 permits.
Wait till this happens where you live.
31.
31.
Number
Yeah,
4.
not if they're gonna pursue the.
Well, that would be a condition we'd put on it, Laura, if you want. Right? So number 4 is, will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that caused the establishment of a critical environment area? That's definitely a no or small impact because they're not in a CEA.
Okay.
will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway? Here's your parking question.
Yeah.
And what are our options here?
No or small impact may occur, or moderate to large impact may occur.
I say it's possible moderate to large, but we don't know.
I think that the traffic study shows that it's not going to be large, though. I mean, I guess based on those results, I would argue for it's either no or low impact or high impact. You have three choices.
Yeah. I agree with you, Steve. Does anyone feel violently opposed to this one?
Not violently opposed, but the traffic study was done during the life of COVID. So it doesn't really present a true picture because of the lack of traffic, or because of the lower amount of traffic.
Was it? I thought that we got the traffic study. I think that, didn't we get the traffic study after our January meeting?
Yes.
Prior to
COVID.
the shutdown in mid-March.
It was pre-COVID.
Yeah, that's what I recall.
I would agree with Steve. Laura and John are most concerned about, where are you guys here? Help me out. Let's move this along.
What if we choose one instead of the other? How does this impact the applicant?
It just means that we're going to put it in our findings statement with the determination of significance.
Can you say?
So I would feel safe. I mean, I wish there was a moderate, but I would feel safer saying moderate so that at least we acknowledge that there's a potential, issue when it becomes an issue, because there will become an issue. But law, moderate is more appropriate than, large.
It's no or small, moderate to large. Those are the choices.
When you answer that, Betsy, do you say 3, say small to moderate, and 4 say large? I mean, do you do it like if we split?
Can we make notes?
Or we all have to go together? Which is it?
The fact is that we can just simply decide that it is whatever it is, and then when we vote on the project, we take into consideration our own sense of whether or not it truly is that, right? So,
that's right, Larry.
So we can decide that it's collectively decide that it's small, or we can collectively decide that it's moderate. But at the end of the conversation, the end of the findings, we're going to vote on where we believe those impacts truly matter to the outcome of the project.
And this is not the end of the findings here now?
It's the end of the findings, but it's not determinative on our vote. We can find that it has a small impact, even though you really believe it's a moderate one. And when it's time for you to vote, you can vote on your heart and vote against it. Or I can feel like, yeah, sure, let's just call it moderate. I don't believe it's moderate. I believe it's small to none, but I'm going to support it anyway. That's, you know what I'm saying? Like we all have to make determinations as we proceed in the best way that we can.
Okay, ask the question again.
Will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway?
No to small.
No to small.
I say it's no to small.
Agreed.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
I say moderate, but I think you should do. Obviously, you're going to do what the majority does. I just want to make that comment. So yeah, small is fine with me.
Will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities? The suggested answer would be no or small impact.
Betsy, while we are doing this, can we ask the applicant questions?
Well,
Pass that.
I guess.
We don't have a lawyer, so I guess we can do whatever we want.
Well, I mean, they haven't mentioned any, water retention, wastewater management, solar. They haven't mentioned any sort of anything. Not that they don't have it. It's just that we haven't talked about it.
The plans do address it, Larry. The project is in the MS4 district, so it's all coordinated through the stormwater systems within the city. And the wastewater is tied directly to the municipal system.
Okay.
That absolutely answers the next two questions. Will the proposed action impact existing public-private water supplies? Suggestion would be no to small impact. No. And will the proposed action impact existing public-private wastewater treatment facilities? The suggested answer would be no. Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? Suggested response would be no or small impact. Will the proposed action result in an adverse change to natural resources, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, and fauna? The suggested answer would be no or small impact. Almost done. Will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage? The suggested answer would be no or small impact. Will the proposed action create a hazard to environmental resources or human health? The suggested answer would be no or small impact.
Right.
There we go. Okay, so next steps. Based on what we just went through, our moderate to large impact was intensity of use in the land, and we split 5.2 or 6.1, I'm not really sure, on the traffic, impact on existing traffic. So I'd entertain a motion to declare this a neg deck.
So I second.
Thanks, Larry. Linda, can we have a vote on that?
You made the motion, Betsy?
Betsy made the motion. Larry seconded.
Yes. Okay. Larry?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Betsy?
Yes.
Teresa?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
And Clark?
Yes.
Are there any conditions that we want to attach to this?
I would like to add the condition that of the parking permits from the city, as long as, I mean, obviously they need to be available. If they're not available, I don't know what to say, but.
We will trust David in all good faith to every good effort to purchase those parking tickets when he, parking spaces when he needs them.
And those are 31?
31.
When
31 muni parking permits.
I'll buy the 31 annual parking permits right before I get my certificate of occupancy.
C of O, yeah, because that Craig can ask that question.
Yeah.
And we'll make that a condition, so he'll make sure that that's in place.
As long as they're available.
As long as they're available, correct. So now we vote to approve.
Can we vote on the condition?
Sorry?
Can we vote on the condition?
Yes. Are there other conditions? I think we did. Yes.
It's part of the approval.
It is part of the approval. Are there any other conditions? Or are you saying you don't want that as a condition, Larry?
I personally don't. So that is fine. I'm happy to have it go on there, but if
So vote against it. So vote against it then.
Well, I don't want to vote against the project. I want to vote against the condition.
Oh.
So do I make a motion that we vote on the condition?
We just is the condition that the applicant will purchase 31 permitted parking spaces so long as they are available.
Yes.
But it will not lose the permit if they're not available.
Correct. He can't buy something that's not available.
Is that the wording? So the wording is, the condition is worded, the applicant will purchase 31 parking spaces from the city if such permits are available.
Right.
Is the applicant okay with that condition?
Yes.
I don't have a land use council here, so frankly, you know,
I don't understand why we're asking the,
I'm happy to buy the permits on a.
he already said he was happy to buy them if they're,
But if you make
I'm
them-
just saying if available.
But if you make it a contingency on my site plan approval, frankly, I don't know if I'm okay with that. But I'm happy to buy them on a practical, you know, in a practical basis. But
Yeah, Laura, I think that's the concern, is whether we're on firm enough ground to make that like contingency of the site plan approval. Just if I could see that potentially.
Do what you guys want, but I'm going to tell you that I don't understand this. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
From the applicant's side, this is a normal process to add a contingency of this type that is tied to the certificate of occupancy at the completion, just as you would with a special condition that you impose for the Stewart shop, right? So yes, they can move forward with that process, but they cannot attain the certificate of occupancy until this is developed. So that's a normal process in that format for the site plan approval.
I mean, we've done it before. We've done it before. And I'm sorry, guys, but unless I'm wrong, I thought that the mayor gave us approval, and please, people, don't come at me on if I'm wrong, approval to have an attorney for this project, the Colarusa project, and the Verizon project. Now,
Laura, can we talk about this?
Have an attorney, and I heard Victoria say that she spoke to the applicant about an escrow, and yet you're just informing us that there is no escrow. And I think that this is an important, good project for our city, and it's a big project for our city. And I find it distressful that we do not have an attorney available. And I don't understand how we went from permission to have an attorney for this project to being told today by you, Betsy, frankly, that there's no escrow, but then hearing from Victoria that she spoke to the applicant about escrow. So what happened? I don't understand. This is like a question that I think easily an attorney could answer for us.
if I may, Betsy, as long as the language is in there, so long as the city of Hudson has parking permits available for me to purchase, as long as that language is in there, so long as they're available, I'm okay purchasing 31 annual permits. I've said that over and over. So if that's a condition, I can live with it because I'm going to buy those permits anyway.
Okay, well, as the person who sort of made this an issue, Laura, I'm sorry that I pushed on this. I think on this particular project, since the applicant is so willing to buy the permit, and it will, I hope, alleviate the board's concerns about the validity of the project, I'm happy to accept the conditions.
All right. Thank you, Larry. So quick run through, do we approve or disapprove this project? Linda, would you do, I need a motion, please, to approve or disapprove. Thumbs up, thumbs down. This is the moment. I need a motion.
I move to approve it.
Move to approve. Thank you, Clark. Do I have a second?
Second. I second it.
Thanks, Steve. Linda, do your thing. Didn't hear you.
Larry,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Betsy,
Yes.
Teresa,
I just have, are we approving it with that condition?
Yes.
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 Laura,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
All right. Congratulations.
Yay.
David, I will have to, or Chad, one of you, I will have to get together and stamp your plans. We'll need 3 full sets, one for you, one for Craig Haig, and one for me. So, Chad, why don't I get in touch with you about how to get together and do that?
Very good. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all very much. We wish you all the best on a very successful project.
Yes, wishing you
Thank
the
you
best.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just one clarification, I see we're on later on in old business. I assume we don't need to be there for that.
You do not. No, you do not.
Okay, thank you so much for all your time. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Who is Chad?
Chad Lindbergh, he's their engineer. To come there. Do you see?
Yes,
He
I
was
see.
with us twice.
Who is he?
Here he is.
What are you?
I'm an engineer for the applicant.
Oh, okay, I didn't know what he was.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I want to thank you all again. I
Thank
appreciate
you. Good luck, David. Good job, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thanks a lot.
Now, can I say one thing to Larry?
Yes.
Really, I really believe you have to be careful with trying to pull in the applicant, because we're going to get to a point where we're not going to pull in the applicant and they're going to want to be part of our decision. And I looked at that as that we were his, what he felt like. And I really think we need to stop that,
I understand. I think you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I think it's a consequence of using this format and this medium for having a hearing. If we were sitting on a panel in a public room, that wouldn't happen. And I'm sorry. I think you're right. And I appreciate you pointing it out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Betsy. Where's our Betsy?
Here.
We're on a break.
So, I'm
Did Betsy
listening.
take a break?
Go ahead.
We took a break. Are we
No,
allowed?
she's there.
She's there?
There
you go.
Just the grid moved.
Hey, Betsy and everybody, I just, and I took the, a training, now another training, I guess, Clark, what was it, about a month or so ago on Seeker. And, one of the, I learned a lot and then there was a subsequent conversation with, and this is not for now, because this is going to be rather lengthy, but one of the things that the Department of State talked about in this Seeker training was, and this was new to me, was that Seeker is the information gathering process, and that we actually should be starting with Seeker. You get all that Seeker information up front right away, and I was surprised because in all the years on the planning board, that's absolutely never been done. But it makes so much sense, and so I thought maybe at some point we could maybe discuss that and find a way to, if everybody agrees that find a way to kind of. Because Larry did a great thing. Can we ask a question during Seeker? And that's absolutely right. Seeker is the information gathering time. And if we start with that, then, things that instead of asking this question at the end, we'd be asking it at the beginning. So I just wanted to point that out.
I think we can have a session with Victoria on this if you would like, about our process and how to make it more seamless for the board and for applicants too. So
yeah, I think that the people at the Department of State, Tricia and everybody, would be glad to talk to you about it too.
And I was on that training. I was there.
Oh, you were?
I read them all, baby.
Oh, nobody told me they were there.
All right. Moving on, I would like a motion to open the public hearing for 175 South Front Street, conditional use permits and site plans for commercial dock operations and haul road improvements for May Colarusso and Son. We do have Victoria on the line for this.
I'll do the
Don, I'm not sure who's going to lead our discussion tonight, but welcome.
Good evening, folks. Do you want the applicant to start a presentation?
We need a second.
Oh, sorry,
I'll second.
John. All in favor of opening the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye.
Betsy, please let everybody know when the comments that they only gonna have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Teresa. For those of you on the phone that will be calling in, we are limiting public comment to 2 minutes per caller. So take a moment, collect your thoughts, synthesize them so that they can be said in 2 minutes, because we really want to hear from you. And one thing I do want to say about this application is that there has obviously been a tremendous amount of public interest in this. We've gotten a number of postcards. We've gotten a number of signed signatures on petitions. There's a lot of public interest. And I do just want the public to know, in all sincerity, this board is moving this process along. We really are. I know it seems like it's taking a very long time. It probably seems like it's forever for the Colarusso people too. But there is a process. We're bound by the process and we're working through the process. So please know, as your friends and neighbors and volunteers on this board, we're working very hard to get through this, and we'll do it in as timely a manner as we possibly can. So, okay, moving on. Pat, John, take it away. Whoever would like to introduce tonight.
All right. Well, this is Pat Prendergast, engineer from Kinderhook, here to help out the folks from Colarusso. We last discussed this project at your May 12th, 2020 regular meeting we held via Zoom. We had a long discussion that night. The applicant, A. Colarusso and Son, is seeking conditional use permit for the dock operation and site plan approval for the Hall Road. At tonight's meeting, we have some of the Colarusso folks are here. We also have John Privatera and we have Ken Worstead. Now at the May 12th meeting, it was requested by the board that we go back through the historical records and gather up truck count information. And so that was what was done. And all of the information on loads and whatnot was given to Ken Worstead of Creighton Manning and Associates to review and to summarize and to do a new traffic study to discuss what was found based on the numbers over the last few years, the original study having been done in 2016. So rather than I try to summarize Ken's technical work, I'm going to just turn it over to Ken Worstead, who's a licensed engineer who does a lot of traffic studies for folks. So Ken, if you'd like to take it away and share your screen as you need to.
Great, thank you, everybody. I appreciate the time tonight. As Pat had mentioned, we had done some original analysis back in 2016, submitted a number of reports back then. And as we understand through the process, the board has been asking about some current numbers. So we were able to obtain those, update our traffic study, and provide a new updated version. So I'm going to share my screen over here. And we'll spend a few minutes just walking through the traffic study update. And then I also have a video that we had shared, I believe, earlier in the year relative to the Front Street, Broad Street intersection. So we'll go through that as well. So as we discussed, and as you guys may have heard already, Colarusso has owned the quarry for a number of years now. And currently, the project has a haul road or a route that comes through the town of Greenport into the city, following Columbia Street, using South 3rd to the South Bay Haul Road and then over to the dock. And on the return route, they're coming up Front Street, back through the city on Columbia, following the truck route back to Newman Road and the quarry. And the proposal is to connect the quarry across Route 9 via an old railroad right-of-way avenue through there, mostly through the town of Greenport, and then it crosses over into the city of Hudson before Route 9G crosses, and then uses that existing road that's through there over to the dock. So With that, we had gone out and collected some more information, namely traffic data. And we really wanted to see how much traffic was going through the Front Street, Broad Street intersection. And we also wanted to see how much traffic was going through the Columbia Street, North 3rd Street intersection. And we also did some updated traffic counts on Route 9G and also Route 9. That information basically came back and said that the speeds out on Route 9G and 9 haven't really changed in the last 4 or 5 years. It's still roughly 55 miles an hour on Route 9 and just above 40 miles an hour, about 42 miles an hour here on 9G. So we had provided that updated information. Now, obviously, our traffic counts, namely at the Route 9 and Route 9G intersections, were during COVID conditions. And we did a comparison with some other DOT traffic counts from 5 or 6 years ago, and we found that the current volumes were lower during this time. So we applied some growth rates to factor those numbers up from 2014, 15 up to 2019. We also used some data from a company that basically keeps track of anonymous cellular data tracking. And you can set up different zones around an intersection. And I'll tell you, this random ID number entered from one direction and it exited from another direction. And we use that to estimate the pre-COVID traffic volumes at these intersections. And we collected data from April to October and averaged all those weekdays, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and averaged those together to get an average condition. So that data was all used and applied to develop kind of our existing 2019 conditions. Now I'll skip down quite a bit because we asked the Colarusos for information on the truck numbers, and they went through their ticket information, which included how many loads were delivered down to the dock, and if anything was coming back. They started keeping their records in 2014 when they took over ownership. So this doesn't reflect anything that the previous owners had, but it reflects what Colaruso has. So you can see we started out in 2014, October with some trips, into 2015. Again, very quiet over the winter, just a few days. But then as you can see, as we get into April, throughout the rest of the year, the number of truckloads being brought down to the dock increase. 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019, and obviously 2020, we got enough information to get us through June, and that's where obviously the numbers had stopped. Just even from the density of these graphs, you can see that 2020 is certainly an off year. So we took this load information and summarized it a little more directly into this graph, and noting that 2014 is a partial year that only has a couple months. But you can see in 2015, we started out with just under 3,000 truckloads, going up to 2016, 17, 18, 19. And 2019 was right around 7,500 truckloads of aggregate. So we also noted that those charts reveal that there aren't, the Colaruso trucks aren't running every day. So we developed another chart to show that for the number of days that they're allowed to haul material, it varies depending on the month, but anywhere from like 27 to 30 days. And on average, they really have these lines down here. We have the average for all of those years, 2015 to 2020, that being this green line. And knowing that 2019 was a peak year, we have that as a darker blue line here. So clearly there are more days they could be hauling, but the demand just isn't there to do that. This orange line represents the number of days, the average days per month that excludes the weekends and excludes major holidays. And that's one of the proposals that they're offering to reduce their hauling ability or their time frame to exclude both hours per day and days per week per month. So we had looked at those traffic volumes, and we assign those back through the routing that we obviously are aware of through the city. And we looked at the intersection operations through there. Now, the Broad Street, Front Street intersection really doesn't have a lot of background traffic through there. There's probably extra traffic going through there because the bridge is out and they have to get down to the marina via that route. But if and when that bridge is fixed and you can get direct access, some of the background traffic will use that instead of coming through this intersection. But regardless, that intersection is basically operating at a level service A, both in the AM and the PM peak hour. Just a quick levels of service, you've probably heard it before, but it's essentially a report card for the way traffic moves through an intersection. So level service A being really good, there are low delays. Level service F being the worst condition, longer delays. So we can see Front and Broad Street have level service A. Now, when we talked about the number of trucks rolling through there, we had looked at basically average conditions in our previous report, and we had looked at peak conditions. And we had noted 142 truckloads per day in the peak condition. And we factor that up to what that would occur in the peak hours. And so we have three conditions here, obviously existing being existing, then using the existing truck route, but maximizing the number of trucks that they would run through there. And then we have what happens if we construct the haul road and we move those trips off of the city streets and put them onto the haul road. So at the Broad Street, Front Street intersection, basically we're still continuing at level service A's. It doesn't change that much because the trucks still have to go through that route, whether they're coming through Columbia Street or they're using the haul road. So there's not a lot of change between the existing route and the haul road. When we get up to the Columbia Street, 3rd Street intersection, we see that that intersection is operating at level service B overall in the AM peak hour, B overall in the PM peak hour. When we put the maximum number of trucks through there, we see some slight increases in delays. Because there aren't a lot of Colarusso trucks running through there on the per hour basis, when we throw a few more on there at maximum condition, it doesn't change very much. But when we take those trucks and we move them off the city streets onto the haul road, we can again see some minor improvements in levels of service. Now this paints only part of the picture for the traffic conditions, because basically this is telling me that the intersection has the capacity to move the necessary volume it needs to through the intersection. But what this doesn't really tell you or reflect is that those trucks that are driving through the city probably pass anywhere from 25 to 26 intersections, intersections with residential streets, commercial, dozens and dozens of private and public properties. When that moves over to the haul road, now it's driving through Route 9, Route 9G, and it's driving through the Broad Street, First Street or Front Street intersection. So it's going from 25 intersections basically down to 3 or 4, depending on if you include the dock. When those,
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yep.
You see that you're creating some new intersections at 9 and 9G, and you'll note that those per your study here show level of service C and in fact D on the lower level. Maybe you can explain that a bit more.
Yep.
You have several new intersections that seem to have per your traffic counts or traffic study low levels of service. Can you explain a little more what that means?
Yep, so those intersections are obviously being created. There's one already here, and I'll take us down to it. So here's the Route 9G crossing. Now, when this side over here opens up and trucks are coming through it, they'll essentially have a stop sign condition. So they don't have the right of way. The traffic on Route 9G has the right of way to travel north and south. So with higher volumes on these approaches, the trucks on the side street basically just have to sit there and wait. So with that, you wind up with those delays of level service C on those movements. And these are the movements to cross Route 9G and also Route 9. So the volumes on each of those roads are similar enough that when the trucks encounter it, their average wait time is about 18 to 25 seconds, depending on the crossing.
And that relates to the trucks crossing, the gravel trucks crossing.
Correct. Yep. There really isn't any wait time for the traffic that is going north and south on those routes. The only caveat for that would be at the Route 9 intersection. If you have a car going northbound that is going to turn into the quarry, then obviously the truck has to slow down, to make the turn. So if you're a car behind that truck, you'll have to slow down as well, but you won't have to be, stopped like you would for a red light or for a stop sign. So
just to follow up a little bit, maybe in layman's terms, if I'm looking at my C or even the D, is that 25.4 simply mean that the truck has to wait that many seconds to have an opening based on the traffic flow?
Generally, it's an average. So you might have a truck who pulls up and, pulls up to a stop and has to look left and right. And there's a gap already there, but it still has to go through the motions. So there isn't some inherent delay, with the stop sign. If we only had, one or two trucks pulling up to there, that level service D might be, a level service B because there's so few trucks trying to cross. But on average, they'll encounter about 25 seconds, of delay.
Okay.
So, some of them will look left and right, and you might have a gap in one direction, but there's traffic, heading southbound out of the city. So they have to wait until there's a gap in that direction. So once they have a simultaneous gap in the two directions of traffic, then they'll be able to cross.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. So we ran through that and found that those findings. We also looked at the site distance. The travel speeds that we had collected again basically confirmed that the speeds on Route 9G are basically around 42 miles an hour. That's the 85th percentile. So that means that 85% of the people who were observed are doing 42 miles an hour or slower. And that's a term or a condition that we use to be able to encompass most of the vehicles that will be passing through there. Now, certainly somebody could have been driving through there at 60, 65 miles an hour in the middle of the night because nobody's out there, but we don't want to design for that condition because obviously it's a ridiculous condition to meet. So we look at that 85th percentile speed and basically just reconfirmed the findings that we had from 2016. We looked at the site distances again. Everything seems to be pretty well consistent. We're still recommending that there's clearing on the Route 9 intersection. Obviously, there's vegetation on either side of Route 9 looking north and south through there. That was a limitation back in 2016. It still continues to be. So we offer that. And then we also, in terms of mitigation, we acknowledge that by moving these trucks off of city streets, now when we were talking about truckloads, we were talking about 7,500 truckloads. Now that's just one way. So that's a truck driving in one direction. We've got to double that to account for the truck coming back to the quarry. So in total, we would estimate that between 14 and 16,000 truck trips annually would be removed off of that Columbia Street route and moved over to the Hall Road. And then in addition, I think the applicant has already discussed limiting the operating hours from 7 to 7 Monday through Sunday down to 7 to 6 p.m. Monday through Thursday and 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Friday. No hauling on the weekends or major holidays. And then because this is a truck route, we recommended that the truck ahead warning signs be placed just to make sure everyone's aware that trucks will be crossing at those two locations.
And just for clarification, that those hours are that's the orange line on the graph?
The orange line on the graph would be representative of the number of days. So the purple line is running 7 days a week. The orange line is running 5 days a week, excluding the major holidays. So
which is what that paragraph just said, right? Isn't it?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So it makes depending on February and some of those days, it basically varies anywhere from like 19 days to like 22 days.
I have a question. This is Betsy. I noticed in your traffic study hours, you did 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. And my understanding is that the dock really closes at about 4 right now. And that's just been their practice. So I'm not understanding what trucks you're counting between 4 and 6.
Well, the trucks themselves, we didn't count the number of trucks physically going through from that 4 to 6 period because we know that they're ending a little earlier, but we wanted to encompass the hours that they were allowed to go. So if they were allowed to go up till 5 and 6 o'clock, that tends to be the worst case time when traffic tends to be driving home. So between 4 and 6 o'clock, obviously you'll see a noticeable uptick in traffic volumes, people commuting back home from work. So we wanted to take the trucks, even though they may end earlier, we wanted to superimpose those on the worst case kind of afternoon commuter time. So that's what these conditions in this table generally represent. If we were to take those truck volumes and slide them earlier into the day, then what we would likely find is all these numbers would be slightly improved because background traffic volumes would be slightly improved. So this basically just gives us a worst case. If they happen to run all the way up to 6 o'clock or to 5 o'clock on Fridays, it represents those conditions.
There was actually no count done specifically of trucks between 4 to 6. You're just sort of, this is an estimate of what it would look like between 4 and 6.
Well, the count, I mean, we have obviously the count data for these intersections here. Yeah. But the data doesn't have this road, the connection through the South Bay in it. So what we had done is we had looked at this data here. This is 2020. We had looked at this data and we said, okay, what's, we have an average number of trucks, I think was around 57. So that would put us, somewhere right around here. So that's the average number of trucks, per day. And we said, well, let's that's the average. It does peak. Let's push this up. Let's look at the 90th percentile or the 85th percentile. And I think that put us in at 91 trips, which would put us right about here. So we took those 91 trips and passed those through those specific intersections. Now those counts are already included in the 3rd Street, Columbia Street intersection, but they weren't included in the turns from the Hall Road. So we had to add those back in for those conditions. But this generally, obviously, represents conditions where, like here, we don't have any traffic volumes or no trucks being hauled. Same thing in here. There are a number of gaps through here, but we thought this line generally represents those peaking characteristics.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. So I'm just going to clean this up. Now we also, you probably saw a video earlier this year. We did prepare another one based on these updated volumes. And so we're sharing it now. This is the Broad Street, Front Street intersection. You may wonder what these cars are doing here. We had added this to represent a railroad crossing. So these cars are just kind of queued up here, anticipating basically when a train comes through.
So they're standing for a train. They represent a train.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
And so this pseudo traffic signal here in the middle basically represents that at-grade rail crossing, and it'll trip here when we get up to the time at the top of the 10 minutes here. Let's see. Now we're playing this at 1 time speed. So this is basically real time. 1 second in simulation time represents 1 second in real time.
So that I'm clear with this simulation, this is at what level of truck service? What number of trucks are theoretically running on the day?
So this is the peak number of trucks. This basically represents 142 truckloads a day. This is when the train has arrived. The gates have come down. The train is approaching and passing through. So you'll see it. You'll see these cars go through, but you'll see the lights stay on here as if the gates are still down, waiting for the train to pull through. Here comes a truck leaving the dock. And it's going to catch the very end of the train crossing through. Basically the arms will start to come up, the signal will stop, and then the vehicles are free to pass through. The blue truck now turning white represents a truck coming from the quarry down to the dock. And the truck obviously leaving is headed back to the quarry. So we've got about 4 or 5 minutes recorded here at this 1 time speed. We're about 3 minutes into it. Another truck exiting the quarry. And in about another 8 minutes, the next train simulation will occur.
Is that the frequency? Every 8 minutes is a train? No.
No, I couldn't kind of really create this 1 train every hour. So I wanted it to be frequent enough that we could see it, multiple times if we needed to. But no, I think it may be once an hour. And that may vary depending on, the afternoon, you're going to have more trains arriving back to the station. In the morning, you'll have them coming down from the north.
But they go both ways. So there's usually,
Yep.
I think, two an hour, right? Like one.
I think it's 28 trains a day. I think.
Okay.
I think that's pretty close.
So we're coming up on 4 minutes here. I'm just going to skip ahead 30 seconds. Just moving ahead. So now we'll see the same simulation, but This will be, I think, about 15 minutes, and we're going to watch it at 8 times speed. So you can see here at the top, we're at 8 times speed. The seconds obviously ticking by quite quickly. Again, the train at the half hour rolls through. Truck comes out, catches the back end of the train there. The 2 trucks pass each other going back in. We'll have another truck exiting the quarry. I'm sorry, exiting the dock. Some of the traffic that you see going in and out of the marina, obviously when the bridge is constructed, they'll be able to use that route. So it'll be a very quiet kind of end of the street down here. So about 7 minutes into this. And another train crossing will come. Gates are down. Traffic is waiting. Gates go back up. Everything passes through. So if the board, I'm sure we have a way of providing this via Dropbox. I think it might be 40 megs or so. So it's too cumbersome to email, but we can certainly provide this to the board, via a link.
Thank you.
So that was pretty much the end of everything that I wanted to cover. If you guys have any questions, or I'll turn it back over to you if you want
I wanted
to
to
take it
follow
to the
up
next
with
steps.
another quick question, back to the total counts on city streets, including the truck route. Can you tell me, or did your study look at the number of Colarusso gravel trucks as a percent of total trucks? I mean, I know you did some pretty detailed studies of total volume, but can you estimate for us what the total number of, or I guess a percent of Colarusso gravel trucks are relative to total truck traffic?
We didn't calculate that percentage, but I'll show you. Essentially, here is the traffic volumes under existing conditions, and if we start to go into some other comments, I can do some math, here on my my notepad and calculate that for you. But
that'd be great.
Just off the top of my head, looking at the PM peak hour, we've got 2, 3, 4, 500, 600, 700, 8, 9. So we probably have over 1,000 vehicles in the PM peak hour driving through that intersection. With at a maximum, I think we go up to 12 truck trips through there for Colarusso. So it's going to be a small percentage, but I can calculate that as we go through. Yep.
Other questions before we open this up to the public? Okay, Shaheem, I think we have, excuse me.
Betsy, I had some questions for the applicant, not for the engineer.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether this is a question I should direct to the engineer for the applicant or for the lawyer for the applicant, but I just want an understanding of how the mechanics or logistics might work for removing truck traffic from city streets in the events that the causeway is constructed as a 2-lane route through. Yeah, how does that actually work?
I guess I don't understand the question. The causeway has been designed to be two-way traffic. That's what's on the plans now.
No, I understand that part. My question is, I mean, you have a legal right to use the street, right? So if the causeway exists, you still can use the streets, correct?
May I jump in? It's
Yeah.
Victoria speaking. So this is one of the items that the board could consider putting as a condition of use. So it could be a condition of a conditional use permit that all trucks be routed through the Hall Road for this particular operation. It's not going to impact Walmart trucks, but anything related to this operation, you know, will be required to use the route specified in the application.
Yeah, and I believe the applicant has agreed to do that in all cases, other than if there was some emergency, if there was, you know, the 100-year flood where Route 9G goes underwater, there'll be a part of the causeway that would be underwater as well. So days like that, they're not going to be able to do that, but they've already indicated that they have no intention of using the city streets after, you know, the Hall Road is approved and completed.
Right, I understand that part, but
Wait, actually, Larry, I just want to point out one thing. I thought the plan was to use city streets for local deliveries, not
Yeah,
not in the
if the
event.
city, if the city of Hudson needs a delivery, they buy stone from Colarusso, they would have to drive down the city streets to deliver it, but that would be it.
So the city of Hudson as the customer, or a local home owner, local business.
Right, if you were, you know, doing a new building and you needed stone under your building or something like that.
Sorry,
then
Larry, I just wanted to clarify that before we left that point.
But the applicant is willing to essentially give up the right to use city streets as a condition of the approval of the causeway and the dock operations.
Well, that's basically what they have said, yeah.
Great.
Teresa's muted, I think.
Am I the only one getting a whole bunch of feedback?
No. Yeah, there is some radio on.
Somebody's on a cell phone. That happens when somebody's on a cell phone.
Talking?
Huh. Okay.
I was looking at your information. There's a lot of it, and I'm new on the board. So my question is, does this include Route 9 up here where Worth Avenue is? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Ken, you want to answer her on that one?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Just, it includes Worth Avenue. So let me come back to my screen here.
Turn off.
While you're doing that, can I suggest everyone mute themselves when they're not talking so we can avoid the feedback for the time being?
Yep, that's a good idea.
So I've got the screen here. We've got Route 9 and
Yeah.
as it turns into Worth Avenue.
Yes.
So the trucks themselves that are going back and forth to the quarry aren't necessarily using Worth Avenue. They're using Green and Columbia all the way down to here. So there wouldn't be any change specifically on that operation. However, with the construction of this entrance, what it will change is any customers who are coming from the south in this direction, who are coming up Route 9 as it turns into Worth, and they turn onto Warren Street, and they come over here to Park Place, I believe, make the right turn, and they essentially drive up and around the hill to get to Newman. Those trucks would no longer need to do that. And we had estimated about 12,000 truckloads could come up Route 9 and turn into the quarry directly from the south. So while the Hall Road doesn't necessarily change that factor in the city, it will, basically the new driveway into the quarry will remove a number of those trucks from this center city part of the city.
You know, the map is jumping around so much that I am not sure that I understand. So is the answer to Teresa's question, yes, the trucks will be off Worth Avenue? It jumps around so much I can't follow.
I'm sorry. So I've left it kind of static here. I won't move
Okay,
it.
that's good.
But right now, I'm going to change the color here. Right now, there are trucks traveling northbound on Route 9, Worth, onto Warren, onto Park Place, and then they come up and around the hill, and they come down into the quarry via Newman Road. So that's what they're doing today. Now, when we construct the entrance down here, what they can now do would be to come in and just make a right turn right into the quarry. They won't even enter the city line here. They can, grab their gravel, and then when they come back out, they make a left turn, they head southbound. So that's about 12,000 truckloads that would no longer need to follow this pink route into and out of the city in one direction and into and out of the city in the other direction.
Okay,
So does that clarify it?
so yes.
And Clark, I did calculate those numbers. In the morning peak hour, the quarry to dock trips basically represents 1.7% of the traffic going through that Columbia Street, 3rd Street intersection. In the afternoon, the background volumes are higher, so the truck volumes represent 1.1% of the volume through there.
So I have a question. It's probably for Mr. Prendergast or Mr. Privatera. While we're looking at this image here, why? Oh, can you leave the arrows up there, or you took them off?
Oh, they're back.
Okay, great. So what's to stop us right now from doing a two-way road where the orange arrows are and running all of the yellow line on the red line?
Well, I think we've discussed that at prior meetings. It's a rather large investment for them to just have this one entrance here. And it would make more sense for them if they were going to invest in constructing all of that they use the rest of the Hall Road that they already have permission from Greenport to use, but they can't use it down at the Hudson end because they don't have site plan approval from the city of Hudson.
Wait, but my question is, so the red line, that's the one-way causeway that exists now, right? The red line is a, yeah.
Yeah, the red line is, potential Hall Road route as it is today.
Which is one way right now, right? It works as a one-way road right now?
Well, actually, a lot of that road through Greenport basically could be used as two lane right now.
So why aren't we running the yellow on the red? The yellow is riverbound traffic, correct?
Okay,
Those
yeah,
are full
all right. I see
trucks.
what you're right. I see what you're asking, Larry. Okay, at where the yellow and the red come together there, they have an approved plan from the DOT, but it has not been constructed yet, and they cannot construct it yet because they don't have site plan approval from the City of Hudson Planning Board. The trucks are not allowed to use that today until that intersection is improved to DOT standards. There are things that have to be done. The entrance has to be squared up. There's railroad tracks under the blacktop that you can see the two scratches across there. Those have to be removed. That pole that's there has to be removed. So there's things that have to be done before we can safely do the two-way traffic. That's all.
I understand. But that is a scenario that could be studied at some point were one to request that such a thing.
Yeah, well, that's all part of the Hall Road. I mean, I think they'd prefer to do the whole Hall Road if you told them it was all right to get going on it.
Well, I just asked because that would get rid of the heavy trucks off of the street, and then you'd only wind up having to improve two intersections.
That's right. Yeah.
Alleviate most of the quality of life problems that, people are really suffering with having fully laden gravel trucks running up and down through the 2nd and 4th wards. I live in the 4th ward. The people have spoken. They're very concerned, I think, about both the blue line and the yellow line, but particularly the yellow line, right? And it seems to me that we've got to do something that alleviates the strain on the people who live on that route. I mean, these are fully laden trucks, and it's a health and safety issue, which I think is mitigated when the trucks are empty.
Right. No, the applicant completely agrees with you, and I agree with you. This Hall Road has made sense to me for years.
Betsy, have you heard?
Oops. Somebody said something.
Is John speaking?
Are you speaking?
Oh.
You unmuted me, Betsy?
You're unmuted, John. I can hear you.
I can't hear him.
I can't hear him. Does somebody have their phone on? It's
No,
just
he's the one causing the feedback. That's why it's hard to hear.
what?
He's the one making the connection with the mic. That's why it's hard to hear.
Oh, I see. So John, it was John's phone that was making the connection weird. So John, if you,
I'm not on the phone, I'm on the computer, but can you hear me now?
well, not very well.
Strangely.
John, could you try calling in? You might have a better connection.
Make sure you hang up your computer connection. Yeah.
Oh, he's gone already.
Uh-oh. Does anybody have his phone number so we know which is?
I can send it to him.
I think he's at his office, Shaheem. I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
So board, are there any other questions while we're waiting for John to come back that would not be John kind of questions?
I just remember with it throughout the process that the time of business in terms of the trucks, you know, kind of has changed periodically. And what I remember the last rendition of this was that the trucks would stop at 4, I believe, from Monday through Friday, not 5. And the comment was made, you know, during the I think Ken that you mentioned it, that you know, from 5 to 7 kind of being the, you know, the times that really can cause you know, the problems with you know, traffic, you know, after work and you know, stuff. And I'm just curious as to how it moved to 5 from 4.
I would have to go back to Pat and probably John or the applicant. I wasn't involved in the discussions earlier in the year, but as I'm aware, currently 7 to 7 is allowed, and it was discussed to roll that back to 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Friday, and 7 a.m. To 6 p.m. Monday through Thursday, recognizing that there might be more activity.
They had proposed, I know that they're allowed to 7, but they had proposed certainly not to 6 p.m. on Monday through Thursday. At some point, they had even said 4, I think, but.
Well, I can clarify that a little bit. I think the 4 p.m. is typically what they do today. I think because they were rolling back the number of hours that they were willing to live with, I think they cut it back, you know, as part of the proposal. The reality is most of the guys go home at 4 o'clock. It would have to be, if there was some kind of a push to get a big load out, I think they would like to be able to work a couple of hours more. Well, most of the time the guys go home at 4 o'clock is how it is today.
And then I guess I wanted to see if Ryan had any, thank you, Pat, any comment about the information that Kenneth provided for us.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, just a couple quick notes. So we did receive the revised evaluation. A PTOE, professional traffic operation engineer, in my office is reviewing the report and methodology, any data needs, anything like that to provide comments on, and we anticipate having those comments over to you well in advance for the next meeting for your consideration at that point. While Ken is on the line, there was really a couple just brief questions or clarifications that I'd like to run by Ken. So the report here states that the peak trip, the 85th percentile peak hour is 16 trips per hour. So that's based on the 91 loads per day, I believe. The math works out. So with the reduction in trucking hours, how was that 16 trucks or trips per hour calculated based on the 12 hours per day, or based on the reduced hours of the proposed condition now?
That was based on the full 12 hours. If they reduce it down by an hour, essentially it compresses those trips into a shorter time window. But over the course of the day, it doesn't have a significant impact on the number of trucks per hour. It might go up by like 1 truck per hour if you start to concentrate it. In light of the traffic operations at the intersection and going from 4 to 12 trips, we only saw tenths of seconds changing at the intersection. So if we change it by 1, truckload an hour or 2 truck trips, we're not going to see much difference there. Maybe it changes by a tenth. But
Kenneth, sorry. So the 16 trips an hour, that's basically 1 every 4 minutes, right? Like we've got a truck crossing the tracks once every 4 minutes.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
One other, so I thank you for the clarification there. I just wanted to make sure I was, reading that right. One thing that I just point out, after a preliminary view for the board as a comparison factor, the 2016 study evaluation that was originally done did have both average and maximum conditions stated there of 24 and 142 loads per day. It did not have a peak or 85th percentile factor or condition. Now that is to compare to the numbers here from 2019. And these numbers are not, to my reading, an average of all 2014 through 2020, but of the 2019 year by itself, showing an average of 57 loads per day and 132 as a maximum. So I just point that out there as the maximum is below the 2016 study, but the average is above the 2016 study there. And just one final clarification, Ken, the video simulation that you went through, and I believe this is what you said, that represents the 142 loads per day, which was the maximum put forth in the 2016 study. Okay. And how many off the top of, and I know the charts 2 through 8 show how many loads per day, but how many times since 2014, roughly, if you know it, has that maximum been reached, if at all?
the maximum for each of those years?
Either that, or if that the maximum condition presented in 2016 has been met, and if so, how many times over that period?
So it doesn't look like 2014 or 15 met that maximum. Neither 2016, 2017, 2018, they hit it twice. In 2019, they got up to the 136. They broke 120 truckloads twice that year. So that yielded the average as being the 57 trips that you would, or truckloads you had talked about, and I think the 91 is the 85th.
And the reason I bring that to the board's attention is, the average that's been put forth, and by looking at these charts, you can see that for the majority of the years, there's very few days where there's over 100 loads per year, which would be, in keeping with that 85th percentile of 91 loads. But the average is right around there at, the 57, as is stated in the report, but below the maximum that is discussed. So I know that's been a concern that we've talked about in the past, is how often is that 142 truckloads or 284 trips achieved? And from the data presented, that is very inoften. And the typical range of operations is between that 57 trips and roughly call it 50 to 100 trips per day is the majority of the operations that I'd just like to bring to your attention. But we will, we'll provide a formal comment letter in advance of the next meeting.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
I do know that John, welcome back. Did you have something you wanted to say? John,
I don't know if there's I don't know if there's a pending question anymore or not. Shaheem let me in. He needed my phone number to do that finally. At least when I tried to call in, it seemed like there was a pending question as to why we didn't build a piece of the Hall Road. And what I tried to explain at the last meeting is that just like when we were before the town of Greenport under seeker for the overall Hall Road project, which everyone knows was approved by the town and the courts, there were a lot of entities and lawyers out there that were threatening to sue and taking aggressive positions. And when there are people like that out there, I've never told a client, I tried to explain this at the last meeting, I've never told a client to jump ahead and build a portion of a project that as to which we haven't had the entire approval yet. We still need conditional use approval for a portion of the Hall Road. So if people are asking why we don't build a portion of the Hall Road, it's because we could get sued over that. Whether they would win or not is another question, but I've never built part of a project that's under review and taken that risk before with a client. That's in addition to all of the remarks that were made by Patrick.
John, so you're saying there's a high legal risk. As I recall, Jeff Baker, at maybe the last meeting, had a different perspective on this. I don't know if he was looking at it through the viewpoint of mitigating legal risk or not. But are you saying that you're legally unable to do it, or it's too risky from an economic perspective for the company?
No, it's risky from an economic perspective, and there's no reason why anybody would invest in a portion of the project. That point has been made by Patrick and the applicant a couple of times. I'm saying there's a legal risk of us being sued if we started the project. What Jeff said, he misunderstood my point. He said he didn't think it was segmentation to do that. And it might not be segmentation, but it's building a portion of a project before you have the entire approval. And when people have threatened to sue over a project, I think it's a legal risk that doesn't make any sense for us to take because people have threatened to sue for us moving, a handful of gravel.
Wait, John, this is Victoria speaking. Can you just clarify for a moment? If the city does not approve the portion of the Hall Road within the city, and you've built the two-way portion in the town, can you use the Hall Road for two-way traffic?
We can't use the entire Hall Road for two-way traffic until we get the city approval.
Right.
Right, because there's a, if you look at the map that Ken is putting there, that yellow line is the dividing line between the city and the town of Greenport. So the trucks would be stranded there. They wouldn't be able to continue down.
That's a pink line.
Yeah, pink line.
Oh, you said yellow.
Well, no, the yellow line underneath it is actually the dividing line between the two municipalities.
Oh,
Ken likes pink and he just drew that.
oh, I see. Okay.
Right. So what you're showing is that the two-way traffic would have to stop at the municipal boundary.
Right, right. If the city didn't approve of their portion, that's right.
Okay, Board, are we ready to welcome the public? Because I know there are some people waiting.
Yes.
To speak. All right, Shaheem, I'm going to rely on you again for this part because I'm not seeing people pop up right away when you let them in.
The first person to.
Oh, actually, Shaheem, would you do me a favor, please? As the first public comment, Linda Mussman provided a video, a 2-minute video.
Jeez.
Can you screen share that, please?
Yep, I'll do that before the.
So that is her public comment is a video?
That's what I understand. This is a 2-minute video from people in town commenting. She wanted us to see this.
My name is Adele Armour. I live at Providence Hall and have been for 15 years, but I lived in this city of Hudson 71 years, so there's nothing that I don't know about our city, okay?
My name is Jonathan Jones. This is my grandson, Zephaniah King Jones. I live at 240 Columbia Street. Right now it's a problem with the gravel trucks.
When the trucks drive by, it's unbelievably loud. My patient can't even hear the TV over the trucks.
Well, they are definitely a pain in the neck. That's for sure. I listen to them. I'm on the 5th floor here.
You're on the 5th floor?
Yes, ma'am. And way too loud.
The trucks, do they bother you personally?
Yes, they do. Shakes the whole building, actually.
I could hear those trucks almost like in the morning when I go to work. It's too noisy.
I've lived at Bliss Towers and worked here for over 20 years. And working here so many years, I do a lot of work in apartments, and the upper floors of the building, the outside of the windows are literally black from the exhaust fumes.
They send off dust, sand, polluting our air, and it needs to stop. It's really bad for breathing. Anybody with asthma, anybody that has a breathing problem is breathing in this air.
The gravel come by and it hits my car, dents our car, and then it actually shakes our house. See, what it's doing is loosening up our foundation.
I've heard about complaints that the gravel, it hits some of the cars, causing damage.
Well, I think deep down they should have the trucks go a different routine because of the children that are walking around here, the stones go flying and that, and they'll hit the car windows.
They have big stones in the back of the trucks and it might break somebody or hurt or kill somebody.
Board members, please, can you get the gravel trucks off our city streets? Thank you.
I thank you, and please, the board, change this route now.
That was great.
Thank you, Shaheem. So People on the phone, thank you. So I know there's 7 of you waiting. Thank you so much for your patience. I know this is a long meeting. So Shaheem, if you would let whoever got there first in, please.
All right, first person's in.
This 518-755-6624. I think we know that number. And just a reminder, people on the phone, 2 minutes, please. Sam? Is that you, Sam? 755-6624? Shaheem, why don't we put Sam back in the queue? Don't lose him. So this is Sam, 755-6624. This is 949-885-6516. Do you identify yourself? Shaheem, why don't we put Sam back in the queue? Don't lose him. We're not going to lose him.
Can you turn down your YouTube feed, please?
So this is Sam, 755-6624. No, we're waiting for you.
I'm
actually.
hearing sound on my phone.
Okay.
Next person's in.
Okay, 518-567-5076. You were muted. There you go. Could you identify yourself, please?
Hi.
Yes, I can hear you. Could you identify yourself?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, this is Hillary Hillman. I live on Union Street in Hudson. I want to start by thanking all of you on the board as individuals and as a collective for your dedication to this important work for the city. I want to let you know that I'm both pro-business, I'm pro-environmental justice, I'm pro-Hudson. This topic is a single enterprise seeking conditional use permit for the dock on our waterfront, our collective waterfront. I know it's just one segment, but it's a very small waterfront. They want to have untold trucks possibly moving through the wetlands, possibly still moving through the streets. I can see from watching tonight that that dynamic is changing, or looks like it's being proposed to be changed. But what I want to ask, I want to say that no matter what happens this evening, I think that you need to, at minimum, the application should get a positive declaration and full seeker review. That whether it goes through a haul road or through the trucks going through the city, in the review, with the full seeker review, there would be economic impacts on the municipality, and they would have to be analyzed. I believe that you'll find that there are no positive economic impacts for the city residents of Hudson to have this operation going on at the waterfront. In fact, I think there will only be negative impacts. I think that it would detract from other kinds of development happening at the waterfront, of people actually enjoying the park and fresh air, of attracting lodging and dining businesses down there, music, cultural events, entertainment. And I don't think that there will be any new jobs offered to Hudson City residents with this application. So I want you to consider that. You're working on very difficult issues that will shape the direction of the future of the city. I believe that you should maybe deny the application on the table and take up to the task of removing the truck route from the city of Hudson altogether. I don't know
Hillary?
if that would be exactly in your purview, but I want environmental justice for all, and I also want appropriate economic development for this little place called Hudson, this little place that we call home. I think
Hillary,
that's
thank
all I
you.
have to say other than thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. I know Sam got dropped off. Shaheem, is this, who's next here?
Right.
Okay, could you unmute 518-755-1521? Could you identify yourself, please? Did you want to? I know Sam got dropped off. You don't have to worry about Sam. Did you want to make a public comment? We will let Sam back in. Okay, could you unmute? You're not muted.
Yeah, I have another person there.
Bring the YouTube feed on delay through the phone.
Right.
518-755-1521.
That's Virginia.
There's another number in here.
I don't have to worry about Sam. Did you want to make a public comment? We will let Sam back in. You're not muted.
Yeah, I have another person there.
The YouTube feed on delay through the.
If, I don't know if this is the case, but if the individuals that are watching on YouTube possibly have their phones while they're called in, maybe they're not listening to their phones. So I don't know if there's a way that you can announce the number before throwing them in so that if they do see on the delay on YouTube, perhaps.
Ryan, that's why I was trying to call out the numbers when people call in, but. I'm not sure exactly. Okay, Sam is on hold now. Shaheem, do you see that? I'm not sure where we are. You're running this, so.
Sam's not in here. I'm just letting people in, and if you open up your participants tab, you should be able to see the only phone numbers that show up. There are people who want to make public comments.
Right now, there are no phone numbers.
Well, yeah, I just took the other one that wasn't speaking back out. I'm gonna let someone in now.
So coming on, it's 518-755-6624. Sam, nice to see you. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can, Sam. Thank you very much.
Oh, how about that? Miracles can happen. It's Sam Pratt calling. I have an office at 609 Warren Street, and I live in the town of Taconic. I'll try to keep this brief. I'm going to have to submit most of my comments in writing. First, I want to say I can infer from some of the statements at the meeting that the board may be feeling some pressure to hurry things up. I just, I hope we won't forget that Colarusso delayed this process by more than a year by suing the city in a failed attempt to overturn the planning board and ZBA's decisions to hold this review. They lost that appeal, and that caused a far longer delay than anything the board or the public has done. Not to mention all the times that they've been very slow to fill out this application, even when you've made very simple requests. So that said, I might also add that those seeking immediate relief might want to pick at the building inspector's office and get him to use his discretion to suspend operations at the dock while this review goes through the necessary process. There is an order to remedy, and it's my understanding that he does have that discretion. Again, in the interest of time, I'll be filing much, and the Valley Alliance will be filing much more extensive comments, but I want to emphasize once again that there is an option which would simultaneously eliminate trucks from lower Columbia and Front Streets, while also preventing harm to the protected ecosystem of the South Bay Creek and Marsh designated by the state, which would also protect the integrity of the city's waterfront park, which would reduce road hazards at the Broad Street crossing, which would prevent impacts to the Hudson River while promoting its public use, which would eliminate impacts on neighboring businesses, streets, and homes in the First Ward, which would protect community character and uphold the long-standing planning and development goals which have been espoused in numerous city and state documents, one of which I just received from the state today and will be forwarding to you. That option I'm referring to is to deny the permit. It is a win-win for everyone except Colarusso. But as Colarusso itself has endlessly reminded us, their business has operated in Greenport for 100 years or more. For 95% of that history, it had no access to the Hudson waterfront. I believe if this permit is denied, Colarusso will survive and the city's waterfront will thrive without any further threats, such as the ones that this company itself has helped to create. This board has the power to deny. I know it's received a lot of pressure not to exercise that power, but the impacts of the trucks are just one of many, many issues that need to be very carefully reviewed. And again, in writing, I will cite those once again. I hope our past memos will, will not just become part of the file. And I hope that the past memos from Barton and Lejudas will not become part of the file, because they have cited countless impacts, not just the trucks, but from this project that have to be carefully scrutinized. So I thank you for your time, and sorry for all the tech issues, but at least we're being safe. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry about the tech issues, everybody that's trying to call in. I really do apologize. I feel very badly. All right, Shaheem, who's next? Five 518-755-4350. Hello.
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 That's Sam still.
That's Sam in the background. That's the delay, the Zoom delay on the YouTube feed. So 755-4350. Could you turn down your YouTube feed, please, and let us know who you are?
Okay, I'm walking away from it.
Okay, could you tell us who you are?
Oh, it's Peter Young.
Hello, Peter Young. Peter, if you could try to keep your comments to 2 minutes, we'd appreciate it.
I will, yep.
You're on, go ahead.
Hello, it's Peter Young. I have a home and business at 512 Warren Street, and I'm a former planning board member myself of 20 some years ago. Is this all coming through? Can you all hear me?
Perfectly.
We're good.
Okay, so in any case, I'll be fairly brief. I'd like to announce that the Valley Alliance, of which I'm one of the directors, and Basilica have joined forces to engage Mr. John Lyons, who's a really first-rate land use attorney. He operates out of Rhine Cliff. He's got a great deal of experience with seeker reviews and has won some really significant legal cases. And John will be our attorney for the balance of these proceedings. This afternoon, about 2:30, 3 o'clock, I was down on Route 9G in the wetlands. And I took the time to spend a while there, parked along the side of the road, and just did my own little unscientific traffic survey, but it was extraordinary. In 10 minutes, 29 cars came. Those are cars traveling both north and south. That translates to about 175, 180 vehicles an hour. And on an 8-hour day, that comes up to something like 1,400 vehicles. So as this review has progressed, we've focused a lot on the interaction of cars, trains, and so forth at the Broad Street rail crossing. But what hasn't gotten enough attention is the fact that we would also have potentially 284 loaded trucks coming across Route 9 and Route 9G. And if you do the math, and of course now we have a traffic study that gives us a much better handle on the math, we're going to have something like 3,000 to 6,000 interactions between gravel trucks and other vehicles at right angle crossings on Route 9, Route 9G, and the rail crossing, where there are in fact 28 trains per day, as Betsy suggested. There are 13 passengers north, 13 passengers south, and a couple of freights. So we are talking about thousands and thousands of interactions between lengthy and loaded vehicles, industrial vehicles that are going to have to engage with other vehicles at these crossings.
Peter?
Now, yes.
Yeah, just wrap it up, please.
Okay,
Sorry.
yes, I will. Yep. For over 200 years, people who live in Hudson have been able to make that the transition in and out of the city on Route 9 and 9G unfettered, unobstructed. And now we're going to be facing a new and different reality. And I think the board needs to take a serious look at that. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Peter. So I think that's Peter still. Okay, Shaheem. Anybody else waiting?
Yep.
Looks like
917862.
917-862.
9G in the wetlands.
917-862-9193. If you could please walk away from your YouTube feed, we'd love to hear from you.
Extraordinary. In 10 minutes, 20.
917-862-9193.
Up to something like 1,400 vehicles. So as this review has progressed,
993?
we've focused a lot on
Maybe they can't hear you because they're still listening.
Yeah, they're listening to the YouTube video and there's a delay.
potentially 284 diesel.
It's 9.
Do the math, and of course.
At this point, does it make sense just to let all the callers in and unmute one at a time? So we don't have to deal with this lag issue?
Yeah. Shaheem, can you do that?
That was smart, Victoria. Thank you.
We'll see if it works.
Okay, do I have 917-862-9193?
Yeah, this is David Konigsberg.
Thank you, David.
I live in the Fort. Oh, hi.
David, would you try to keep your
Yeah.
comments to 2 minutes, please?
Oh yeah, no problem. I'm not gonna talk for a long time. I just, I wanted to make clear that there's nobody who disagrees on any side of this issue with the need to get the trucks off the street, and the disagreement really is over how that gets done. We owe it to the second and fourth wards to do something about that. I mean, I think we're all clear about that. But for what, a reason I can't figure out, a number of people, including our fourth ward supervisor, are focused on only one solution, and that is giving Colarusso what they want at what we think is a tremendous cost to the city. I mean, compromising the open space we have, making it more difficult to expand that space, ramping up volume, and discouraging investment in the kind of development that's more consistent with the city's zoning and a vision for its waterfront, a vision that can generate a lot more jobs and business opportunities for the people who live here. Particularly if the people themselves play an active role in designing what happens at the waterfront. And I just don't get it. I mean, if this is really about the trucks, you'd think that people on all sides of the issue, except perhaps the company, would support the least damaging and most efficient way to eliminate the trucks, and that would be denying the permit, which the board has every right to do, and which would eliminate the gravel trucks tomorrow. So instead we're being told that getting trucks off the street requires that we sacrifice what's probably the city's greatest economic and recreational asset in exchange for not solving the problem. Because like, even if you take the gravel trucks off the street, you've still got the truck routes and a lot of big trucks going back and forth on the same streets. So it doesn't really solve the problem, and you're giving away the waterfront. So it doesn't make sense. I don't think the point is should be that we should be focused on is, are we focused on the trucks? Or are we focused on giving Colarusso what they want in this matter? I think we should be focusing on what the city needs and getting the trucks off the street. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you, David.
Okay.
Good.
How are we doing, Shaheem?
518-821-9009.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Can you identify yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Cynthia Lambert, and I live on Green Street, which is on the truck route. And I've been coming to the meetings in person when we had this going on in person. And I'm puzzled by the reluctance of this body to deny the permit to Colarusso. It seems to me that it's for the greater good of the city to do so, and I'm sort of puzzled by it. And I'm certainly very affected by the truck route and would prefer it not to be here. I had a plumber here today repairing the pipes that have been shaken to pieces and are coming apart and leaking on my house because the trucks are vibrating my house. So, and I'm not the only one. So I don't understand why there is so much reluctance to deny this permit. It's kind of been dragging on and on. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah. 949-885-6516.
Hello, this is Steve
Hello.
Dunn. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
Steve.
you hear me? This is Steve Dunn.
Yes, Steve.
All right. Thank you very much. I think deny a permit means to shut Colarusso down. And I'm opposed to doing that, except as a last resort and for good reason. I think that it's clear Colarusso trucks need to be off our streets, with top priority being those streets that are populated. There's no question about that. But there's another street, and that's Broad Street, and that's the tough issue here, the rub, although the intersection of 9G is something that also should be examined carefully. Because Broad Street, if we ever get our waterfront going, and I know that's somewhat like waiting for Godot, but if we do and have all those plans, all of those trucks going through there is a problem. Maybe not quite as big a problem as the trucks going through the rest of the street, but a problem. And the only way for them not to do that is to cross the tracks farther south or build a trestle. And I told Paul Colarusso that we should make a full court press with CSX to get that. There's train stoppings and ADM and whatnot, and the cost of a trestle. And how much would that cost be? And only if after doing all of that, with CSX fully exploring it, fully exploring the trestle, how much it would cost. If both are absolutely impossible, I personally am willing for the Colarusso trucks to cross Broad Street in lieu of shutting it down, which I think is wrong. But we should really try. And one thing you can do is grant their permit subject to the condition about 9G and subject to getting their trucks off Broad Street. And I know Paul Colarusso doesn't like to hear that, but that's what I believe. And I think it's, to use a kind of a mean way, it's classist to say, shut Colarusso down. Yeah, we don't care about those blue collar jobs that are high paying jobs that are rare outside of government around here. I think that's wrong unless we absolutely have to. And the only way I would think that we'd absolutely have to do that is if Colarusso does not cooperate in helping us with CSX and paying for that trestle if it's not cost prohibitive or part of it. So that's my opinion of where we should go. There's some legal issues too. I'll put those in writing because it's interesting, but I wrote a lot in writing, a lot of them, and you can find them online at the code enforcement site or ZBA. It's kind of interesting reading. Oh, by the way, the other thing you need is a zoning change for the perimeters of the Core Riverfront District, because it's clear those trucks would be going to the Conservation District. So you need a zoning change. So the council is going to have to deal with that. Thank you. I'm sure my 2 minutes is up. I appreciate your patience.
I just want to comment that Steve is on the zoning board. So I think that some of his comments were interesting.
Is there anybody else waiting?
Yep.
You got 2 people left.
518-755-5121.
Hi, it's Virginia Martin from 724 Warren Street. You can hear me?
We can,
Yes.
Virginia, thank you.
Good. Okay, thank you so much. I'll be quick, and I had just one point, and I really appreciate your tolerance for all the technical problems and everything else, and all the work that you do. But I have a question relating to the truck study and the total number of trucks that traverse Columbia Street. Some of them are gravel trucks, but many of them are not. And now that we have a truck study, I think it's very important that the board's engineer compare the number of gravel trucks to the total number of trucks so that we could know if Colorusso were to stop running gravel trucks on Columbia Street, what kind of impact would that have? Would it be a large impact, a moderate impact, a short impact, a small impact? I don't know. So that's what I'm interested in, is having our engineer take a look at that. And I thank you very much.
Thanks, Virginia.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else, Shaheem?
One last person.
A San Francisco number. We love those. 415-254, 254-1251.
I don't. So that's what I'm interested in, is having our engineer take a look at that. And I thank you very much. Virginia.
So 415-254-1251, or sorry, I'm not quite right, but whoever the 415 number is, please.
The YouTube problem.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, this is Donna Stripe.
Donna, could you walk away from your YouTube video, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hold on. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Yes.
2 minutes, if you could.
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
You can hear me okay, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Hi. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Sure. Let me go into my kitchen. Good evening, everyone. This is Donna Strites. I live at 508 Union Street. I just wanted to refresh the board's memory. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Donna, go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to refresh the board's memory about the results of our Hudson Waterfront petition that we did last year, which to date has drawn over 1,200 signatures, including many from Hudson proper, Columbia County, and the surrounding Hudson Valley. You might recall that among other points, the petition stated that while many citizens feel strongly about, quote, given the great opportunity our waterfront represents, we strongly oppose noisy, dusty, polluting, hazardous uses there. We firmly believe such incompatible uses jeopardize the immense opportunity before us by inhibiting public access to the river, curtailing commercial activity, reducing popular enjoyment, and discouraging economic development that will benefit the entire city and future generations, end quote. Now, last fall, September 2019, we provided the board with signatures of about 1,100 signers We collected those via change.org online, as well as at the farmers market on Saturdays. And we'll be sending in the update of the signatures we've collected since then. We've not been actively promoting the petition since then, but we have collected more signatures. Lastly, in addition to the considerable interest shown by local residents in the Hall Road application, it's worth noting that on 2 previous occasions, the community has spoken loud and clear regarding industrialization of the Hudson waterfront. During 1998 through 2005, over 14,000 signatures were gathered expressing opposition of the proposed St. Lawrence cement plant, and then another 3,000 signatures were submitted in 2011 against industrialization of the waterfront during the LWRP. Anyway, a copy of that information has been submitted to the board along with our petition statement, and really thank you for your time tonight and all of your hard work on this project.
Very much, Donna.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last person.
Board, do we have any other questions? We want to move along. I know we have a lot to digest in this traffic study. There's a tremendous amount of information. Ken, I thank you for going through that with us, if you're still here.
You're welcome.
It's a lot of detail, and we have to really dig into that. And so does anyone have any further comments tonight? Any questions?
I have a few procedures that I'd like the board to do tonight. I can share my screen if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, here it is. Hold on, I gotta pull it up. Let's see. Resolution. Okay, so to get the application moving forward in the process, this is a resolution which would classify the application for the commercial dock operation as an unlisted action, and it would also refer it to the Columbia County Planning Board. That's required under 239M of the General Municipal Law. So there's just your standard whereas clauses. It explains that this is an application for the commercial dock, that we're in a specific district. They've submitted an environmental assessment form. You're required by law to classify the action under seeker, and you're required by law to refer it to the Columbia County Planning Board. And then the steps are classify it as unlisted, that you want to serve as lead agency in a coordinated review of this dock operation, and that you want your secretary to send it to the planning board. And then I have a list here of the involved and interested agencies that would get a copy of this application. Once the application goes out, we would ask the applicant to put together a package of all the materials. Each of these agencies would get a copy of those materials, and they have 30 days to give you a written response back, either that they consent to you being lead agency or they don't consent. And very often the response will also come with a comment letter on what they consider to be important issues. As far as going to the planning board, as you know, the planning board meets once a month. And so you've already missed the deadline for the July meeting. At this point, the planning board would consider the application at its meeting in August if this application was submitted. So you wouldn't have a response until your September meeting from the planning board.
So, Victoria, I have a couple of questions about this. Can you go back up to the top? Sure. This is the first time we've ever seen this.
Yes, I know.
So does this include the dock property as well as the part of the private road that goes through Hudson?
So my understanding is that those are two separate applications that have been submitted. So right. This resolution only pertains to the dock application. There was some confusion.
We're reviewing both applications.
Correct, you're reviewing them together. So there was a question already that I didn't get an answer to earlier. I spoke to Mr. Privatera about whether your board had already referred the Hall Road application to county planning. No.
And I answered that by saying that the town of Greenport was the lead agency that has already done seeker on the Hall Road, and they complied with 239M, and the town referred the Hall Road site plan for review to the Columbia County Planning Board. They responded with a very long letter on August 16, 2017, saying that it was a very good project and approved it wholeheartedly, and also said it was consistent with the land use plan and zoning. And that was on page 68 of the record in the lawsuit that the city filed against Colarusso and the town of Greenport. And it was referred to by the court as one of the findings that was important under seeker. So 239M that you're going through now with respect to the dock is a separate application. That's the correct procedure at this point. And that's a separate application. You're certainly reviewing right now what conditional uses you think are appropriate under the law to impose with respect to the Hall Road portion that's in the city of Hudson, and certainly conditional uses that you think are appropriate and necessary and consistent with the law with respect to the dock. But right now, all that's left to do with respect to 239M and starting seeker overall is with respect to the dock. And if you haven't seen that yet because you're new to the project, Victoria, I will send that to you, the August 16, 2017 finding.
Thank you, John, but I do disagree. Seeker and 239 review are separate. And so if what I was asking was if this board did the referral, if the city planning board has not referred the Hall Road to county planning yet, you are required by law to do that. So we can do that by motion tonight. But this resolution is for the dock, and then we can do the Hall Road by motion.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question, Victoria, is naming it an unlisted action as opposed to a type 1. Have you taken into consideration its proximity to the public park?
So I spoke to your engineer and he recommended that it be considered an unlisted action. It doesn't appear to meet any thresholds for a type 1. If you want to classify it as a type 1, we can do that. The process is going to be exactly the same because you have a full EAF and you're circulating for lead agency.
So Victoria, is there a particular benefit to type 1 versus unlisted?
The benefit of an unlisted action is that you have an option of doing something in the future called a conditioned negative declaration. I mean, Ryan and I looked at the seeker guidelines, and because of the nature of the application, it doesn't fit squarely within any of the standard criteria. You know, when someone's building a new building, it's easy to figure out, you know, is it 4,000 square feet or not? This one is not as black and white. So, Ryan, do you have anything to add on this?
Yeah, the only thing that I would add is, you know, Victoria and I did go through the type 1 list again this afternoon. Betsy, as you point out, since the property is adjacent to public parkland, that reduces all of the thresholds in the type 1 actions to 25%. So for example, when it talks about non-residential facilities, the threshold is established, or one of the thresholds is physical alteration of 10 acres. So that would reduce that to 2.5 acres. But where it becomes difficult is there's nothing specifically in there about conditional uses or special uses. There is for granting a zoning change, and changes in allowable uses and things along those lines. What it comes down to here is, the applicant is seeking a conditional use permit on the entire dock operation. So the operation of the dock. And there is not anything under the type 1 list that talks about that specifically. So in the absence of an action being listed on the type 1 list or the type 2 list, the regulations point you to an unlisted action. Victoria mentioned the one potential benefit of being unlisted, that you have another tool in your toolbox of a conditioned neg deck. The thing that I would additionally point out is that by classifying it as unlisted, you don't remove any tools from your toolbox. So you have already requested a long form, which is typically required of a type 1 action. However, as lead agency or as any agency can request a long form. The applicant has submitted that. One other hallmark or requirement of a type 1 action is that a coordinated review be conducted. So per this resolution, a coordinated review would be conducted. So essentially, up until this point, and even with the adoption of this resolution, even though that it's classifying as unlisted, you are treating it like a type 1 action. And it goes to the same place. So since the short form that you went through, the part 2 and 3 that you went through for the earlier application, you'll have to go through the long form, which, if you're familiar, has a lot more questions, is a lot more intensive to go through. You will follow that process since you've already had the part 1 long form conducted. And then you'll eventually make either a positive declaration, negative declaration, which would, the positive require an EIS. So I guess what I really want to just stress here is you're following the process for a type 1 application, even though it is not listed as a type 1 application in the seeker regulation. So you're not holding the planning, you're not removing any tools from the toolbox, protections that the planning board currently has.
An unlisted coordinated review is functionally equivalent to a type 1 review.
So question, it would require, if we did it this way, sorry, if we just sort of jumping ahead, if we do unlisted and we do a positive declaration, basically indicating we feel there's additional impacts that need to be studied, would that require an EIS?
Yeah. A positive declaration always requires an EIS. Right. Right now, you're not making a significance determination. You're just saying that it's unlisted and you want to send it to all the other agencies to make sure that they all agree that you should be the agency to do the review. When you do that review, they will all be bound by it.
So I have 2 questions. One is that the 2.5 acres covers, the parcel of the area that the operations is on is larger than 2.5 acres. So why wouldn't that automatically trip it into a type 1, regardless of our evaluation of the thing?
Well, the term is physically disturb. And so, generally we see that as digging it up, taking trees out, removing it, and the site is pretty much built out. Right? There's no improvements being proposed at this point. So again, that's why I said it was not a black and white. It's hard to fit.
Right. It's a little hard because digging down is not that much different than piling up, right? And that the mounds of gravel are a significant physical transformation to the site, environmentally and in terms of quality of views and everything else, right? And so my first question is, are we overlooking something that we shouldn't be overlooking? My second question is, in terms of the coordinated review, do we let the other agencies, if we declare type 1, does that give them incentive to scrutinize the project in a different way than if we declared it unlisted? Or is their scrutiny the same regardless of how we classify it?
Their scrutiny is the same regardless of what you're calling it. And again, if we want to take a conservative approach, we can call it a type 1 action, and it won't change anything about this review process. So if we can, I can change this, we can call it type 1 based on the 2.5 acres. And we can continue.
I'm in my view on it.
Calling it a type 1, calling it a type 1 action is a conservative approach? Is it a conservative approach?
Well, yes, because
Victoria,
you're saying that a type 1 action is defined as an action which is more likely to have an impact on the environment. Type 2 is defined as not having any impact. Unlisted means it doesn't fall squarely within either list, so you're not sure. But again, that definition has very little meaning because it really all depends on the process and the work that you review.
and does unlisted give us more opportunities? If we, unlisted actions, does that give us more opportunities than type 1?
The only opportunity that's different is this concept of a conditioned negative declaration. It's a tool that's rarely used or not used often enough, but that's a negative declaration that says we agree there will not be an environmental impact if you do X, Y, and Z. So
you can't do in a type 1 because it's so strict, right? Like it's, you can't, yeah, okay.
For some reason, that's not an option in a type 1.
Right.
Well, if I may say, I think that unlimited action seems like a good choice.
Well, I mean, it is the recommendation of your consultant, Mr. White, that that's where it fits. But again, it's your decision. So
I'm going to chime in. I feel because the Melconian decision, and I think we sort of in the last months come to the realization that we're looking at the entire operation. And I know there's gray area, and I get the value of doing the unlisted because we can do possibly a conditional negative declaration. I feel like by the book, we would look at the entire operations as what we are reviewing. So it's not, I know early on we were very much led down the road of just looking at the dock for the construction area, but we are looking at the entire operations.
Well, yes and no. There's two pieces there. So you're reviewing there's two pieces to this application. It's the Hall Road and the dock.
Mm-hmm.
And so seeker's been done on the Hall Road. You're going to be reviewing the Hall Road for conditions for the special use permit or the conditional use permit, but you're stuck with the seeker decision that the town has made already. But you're doing a seeker review on the entire dock operation within the city limits, that footprint. But not the Hall Road piece because that was already reviewed. So I know it seems difficult to separate the two because the trucks aren't integral to the dock operation, but the Hall Road was done and studied. And so seeker is going to be on the dock, but it's the entire dock operation. It's not just the bulkhead repair.
Right.
Hey, Betsy, could I just make a comment? I just wanted to let you know that as their consultant to Colarusso, I do agree that they have declared it correctly as an unlisted action. You know, I work in different towns and I've been doing this for 30 years and they are right. They're following the rules.
Okay.
And may I be heard as well? This is John Privatera. I would say that you do not have discretion to pause deck it when it does not fit within the pause deck, within the type 1 criteria, which is exactly the way the regulations read and exactly why it's an unlisted action. It's not a type 1 action because we're not disturbing any ground at all. We're not proposing any improvements. So actually, pause decking it at this stage would be a legal mistake that would probably change the course of our discussions. And it also would eliminate all the mitigation that we've proposed so far as conditions.
Yeah, this isn't, John.
John, we're
No.
we're actually talking about whether or not it meets the criteria to be a type 1 because of the size of the operation. So this is not a discussion
And
about.
and my point is, under the regulations, I agree with Ryan and Patrick and you that it only fits under the unlisted action criteria.
Now I'm changing my mind.
Here's a question, Pat. Is the area of the dock operations 2.5 acres, or is it not 2.5 acres?
Well, the paved area that they use every day is 2.5 acres.
So the
But-
operations are operating on 2.5 acres of land.
Yeah, they are.
We're reviewing the operations per the seeker, per the Melconian decision. We have the right, the obligation to review the operations which are on 2.5 acres of land or more, correct?
Sure, you can review whatever's going on there. As your consultant had pointed out to you, the threshold goes down to 25%. The actual threshold for a type 1 action is if you are going to disturb 10 acres or more. And if you're near a park,
that's 25%.
like that,
I get that.
Yeah, then it's 2.5 acres. We're not going to physically alter any acres. It's paved already, and that's what we use.
I've underlined the language that that we're talking about, just so you can see it for yourself. The threshold is physical alteration of 10 acres, and then it's reduced because of its proximity to the park.
I have to say, it would have been helpful to have this before tonight's meeting. Was this on purpose that we're not seeing it till now?
I was on vacation and I got back about 3 o'clock today, and that's why you're getting this now. But this is what we discussed when we had our meeting previously. We said that we needed to classify the action.
Well, yeah.
So we can't have discussions outside of the meeting in any event that need to be had in an open meeting. So here we are.
And I know, in the prior year since we've been re-engaged, we have had, similar discussions. I know it has not come to a point of a decision, but our recommendation has been the same. And again, you were treating this the same way. If you decided this evening that you wanted to do a type 1 action, you're still going to follow the same exact process. It just, if anything, and I want to, as Victoria was showing in her share screen of the type 1 list, it is not altogether clear when we're dealing with a conditional use permit that the conditional use permit covers more than the threshold, but you can see the language here: a project or action that involves the physical alteration of 10 acres. So, and that's where it definitely comes down into a legal or an interpretation of what physical alteration means. So, by this application, is the applicant proposing to grade really any type of alteration for those 10 acres? No. However, the dock operation does cover, or 2.5 acres since it's reduced, the dock operation does cover more than 2.5 acres. But that is an interpretation of the word physical alteration. So it is not entirely clear. Our recommendation as an unlisted action is that the board has chosen to pursue this or pursue the process with a long form EAF with a coordinated review. So you're doing the highest level of review, but by classifying as a type 1 action, that actually, the only thing that does is it removes the conditioned neg deck process. You still are then with a type 1, you're either pos deck, neg deck. With an unlisted action, you can be pos deck, neg deck, or conditioned neg deck.
So we're clear, Victoria, in your opinion, legal opinion, is Mr. Prepotera correct that if we go with
grant the planning board the most opportunities for the seeker review?
I'm sorry, I lost.
I was in the middle of a question. Sorry. I was asking in your legal opinion, if we go with an unlisted classification or classification of unlisted action, do you agree with Mr. Privatera that that does not allow us to choose a positive declaration?
No, that's incorrect, and that's not what he said.
Oh, so I misheard him then.
He's talking about POSDEX, but we're not talking about POSDEX. All we're talking about at this point is whether it meets that criteria for being on the type 1 list or not. And so whether you call it unlisted or whether you call it type 1, you still have to go through the process of figuring out whether this is going to have a negative impact on the environment or positive, or whether you're going to adopt a neg deck or adopt a POSDEC. So the process is identical.
Got it.
Board, how do we want to proceed here? John?
If I may, I think the point that that's been made by Ryan and Victoria, however, is that first of all, if you POSDEC it, nobody's saying that it fits within that criteria. But most importantly, if you POSDEC it, then we cannot get to the point of discussing conditions upon the use. So it eliminates the opportunity to do things like reduce the hours and so forth.
Yeah. But we see what you're saying, John, and we appreciate that you're arguing for us not to, determine a POSDEC. But right now we're not there yet. We're dealing just with this aspect of the process that Victoria has turned us on to that we didn't know about. So go ahead, Betsy. What would you like us to do?
Well, I think we should take a vote as to whether or not we think this should be a type 1 or an unlisted. So we'll need a motion one way or the other to classify it. And then are we comfortable with the rest of the wording in this resolution? It's a little hard to digest since we just got it, but I understand completely, Victoria.
I mean, one option, I don't want to wait another month to get this started because then, it takes 30 days to get these out. Because you're thinking about it, we could call a special meeting next week just for you to vote on this after you've had time to digest it. But again, there's not much to it. It's just your standard first step in the process. You can't do anything else until you've done this.
I think I'd be inclined to applications to go ahead, but I want everybody to be really comfortable with this.
If we didn't have a past, I would say yes. It's just hard to say yes to something I really haven't read. But if everybody else agrees with it, and I trust Victoria, well,
yeah, why don't I put it back up and you guys all take a minute to read it again? I mean,
that'd
again,
be nice.
Boilerplate language, which I know we haven't worked together before, but this is a standard boilerplate resolution. So take a few minutes, tell me when to scroll down, and we can talk about any questions you have.
Is this a top? It starts with where is the applicant?
Well, there's a title.
Okay.
You ready for me to scroll?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay.
Okay. Everyone ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the last piece right there.
So, yeah.
The board, how do you feel?
Well, can we go back up to the top again?
Yep.
So I had a question about the second whereas. Whereas pursuant to section 325-17.1D,
Mhm.
Continuation of the existing dock operations is a conditionally allowed use. That's what we're actually reviewing right now, right?
Correct. So that's just stating here. Let me see. That's just, I was just copying or parroting the language here, which is, here we go. Just saying that this is a use that's, you know, conditionally permitted in your code. It doesn't mean you've approved it. It just means they're applying under this section. So conditional uses, continuation of existing commercial dock operations for transport and shipment of goods.
Yeah, I would have liked it better if it said is defined as a conditionally allowed use, right? Rather than saying outright that it is a conditionally allowed use.
So, okay. Fine with me.
Yeah, I'm much happier with that.
Or you want me to say, because it's not really
In other
defined.
words, it's a use that is allowed by conditional use permit.
Yes, how about we say that?
Okay.
Is a use allowed by a conditional use permit? You want me to say issued by the planning board?
No, I like, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, just so we're clear, that's what we're talking. I mean, that's your jurisdiction.
Right, exactly. I like that.
That's good.
Why we're here, how did we get here? This is where we
Yeah,
are.
exactly.
Yeah.
Press save, saved. Okay. Any other questions on this?
I don't have any others.
No.
It looks like we were just stuck. Pull it up one for me, just to the first question, this one. So we got stuck on the first, number one, classify project as a unlisted action. That's where we're stuck, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Unlisted or
type 1.
Type 1.
Those are the options.
Answered yet?
And we have to at this point name it one or the other. And what I'm hearing is that Ryan and Victoria are suggesting that unlisted covers everything.
Well, I mean, I think you agreed with us until the applicant's counsel also made that suggestion, but it's the same review, whether it's unlisted or type 1, the same process.
You know it so well already, Victoria. That's funny.
Even if it's the same process, is it the same outcome, the same resolution, the same action, you know, saying unlisted or type 1?
Because you're volunteering to do a coordinated review, they're functionally equivalent.
Okay, I understand.
So for instance, on the 620 Union Hotel project, that was unlisted, but you didn't send it around to any of the other agencies, right? It didn't go to HPC, it didn't go to the IDA. So,
well, it did.
Well, not for you didn't do lead agency. You didn't do a coordinated environmental review. You just did your.
We did something with Jeff early where we declared ourselves lead agency and.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, we did.
I didn't think you did it on that one.
Yeah, we did something where we declared ourselves lead agency, and then that was when Rebecca Wolf asked us why IDA wasn't the lead agency, and then HPC weighed in, and that.
Okay, so I misspoke.
We had HPC, we were able to vote tonight.
I misspoke, but you could have reviewed that without sending it out to anyone else.
Right. Okay, I'm just one other tiny question. Whereas pursuant to 6 NYCRR 617.2 AL, all actions not identified as a type 1 or type 2 action constitute unlisted actions under secret. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering whether that was, we're not declaring that it's definitively not type 1. We're just saying that we want to pick unlisted.
No, by doing this, you're saying it doesn't meet the thresholds of a type 1 action and it doesn't meet the thresholds of a type 2. If you think it meets the threshold for a type 1 action, and it turns again on that phrase physical disturbance. This is why I said we can just call it type 1 and move on if it makes you more comfortable, because they're functional.
But we have less choices if we choose type 1. We have more options with the unlisted.
And I'd be happy to, I have it here on my screen, the list, the part of the New York State Code that has the list of type 1 actions. I'd be happy to walk you through and we can discuss if you have any questions along the way. But as Laura said, that if you go with type 1, it removes the condition neck deck process. And Victoria alluded to the fact that that's not used that often. You're also issuing a conditional use permit, which by its name, you're going to place conditions on the issuance of the permit. So if you classified it as a type 1 and you go through seeker and you finally, whether seeker is concluded, the planning board is still going to decide on a conditional use permit, either approve or deny with certain conditions. So if the planning board feels more comfortable with a type 1 action, what it means is you just can't have conditions on the seeker declaration, but you can have it on the conditional use permit.
If you get there.
Right. It's a question of whether we want to do conditions early or after a longer review process, right?
And in a conditions neg deck, it adds, it's one other document where the planning board has made a determination that take traffic, for example, and by no means I'm just offering this as a illustrative point. So the planning board could, upon reviewing impacts to traffic, say that we have determined that there are no adverse impacts to traffic because the applicant will remove all their gravel trucks from city streets and exclusively use. Now that's for the Hall Road. So that's kind of separate here, but I know we were talking about it this evening. So as a point, you could say the condition is you will not use city streets. Therefore, there are no negative or there are no substantial adverse environmental impacts. Whereas if that condition did not exist, the planning board could conclude that there was a substantial adverse impact. Does that make sense?
On traffic, right?
On traffic.
Yeah. And Clark, I didn't really understand what you said. Thank you, Ryan. I didn't understand what you were saying.
Oh, I was just saying, trying to summarize, I guess, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, with a conditional neg deck, you're essentially saying, here's our conditions based on what we understand now. If we were to do the full seeker process with a full EIS, the same thing would happen, meaning we would come up with conditions, but it would be done after again, I'm not saying we're going to do this, but if we were to do a POS deck and a full EIS, that same process of coming up with conditions would come after a longer, review process of items that we would want further studied. Meaning you'd have more information to come up with the conditions, in my view. Does that make sense, Laura?
It does. I'm wondering what Victoria and Ryan say about that.
Yeah. Is that for unlisted or class 1 action that you're talking about?
I'm sorry, Teresa, did you say you think it should be a type?
No, I'm asking Clark, what did he say? Is it an unlisted action or a class type 1 that you were talking?
My interpretation is that since we're looking at the whole operations and it's over 2.5 acres, and I know there's gray area and people may disagree, but I think by definition, if it were we're looking at the operations. We're not looking at a specific construction project. We're looking at operations. We've already rejected the idea that we're looking at a specific construction project. clearly that specific construction project is quite small, but we've been approved by the courts to look at the entire operations. So that entire operations is over 2.5 acres. That's my view of it. It's pretty cut and dried in my estimation.
Which means, if I understand you, Clark, that means we must do type 1.
That's my take on it, yes.
Because if it be unlisted, it may limit, it may come back to us saying, well, we're 2.5 acres, so you can't do that. Something.
So either way, the applicant's going to be stuck with our decision. This is not right for a judicial challenge. I know they're not going to like me saying that, but again, this is a very minor step in the secret process. It's just to get the application in the door, basically. So,
well, Victoria, if I may, I think that the issue comes down to whether we're talking about the bulkhead or the operations. And for, it seems like almost a year, this project came forward before the board as though it were a bulkhead repair. And it was only in January that we got a site plan that really addressed operation. So I have a hesitancy right now by saying that operations do not constitute physical disturbance, because the entire point has been, oh, let's be really clear. We're not talking about a construction project. We're talking about approving operations.
But so this is where it gets interesting, Larry. I mean, we could argue all night because nothing's clear about this project. The use that you're approving is not a new operation. You're approving the continuation of an operation. So is there new physical disturbance? Generally in secret, it's you're reviewing the changes, right? Here, the defined use is continuation of a use. So that's why I said it's not black and white. It's whatever the board wants at this point.
And if I may just add one other point. So if the board declared the action as unlisted, you're going to go through a part 2 and part 3 of the long form EAS, the FEAS. At that point, the board's going to make a determination whether it's a pause deck or a neg deck. If the board pause decks it as an unlisted action, an EIS and the same scoping, draft EIS, final EIS process is going to take place. So as an unlisted action, that same process takes place. Sorry.
And we have the option of doing a neg deck with conditions.
Correct. Right. Where if you type 1 it, you can still pause deck it, still do an EIS, same thing.
And you can still neg deck it and still have a permit with conditions. All the options are still on the table.
Okay.
Except
what?
No, that's it. You just can't do a condition neg deck with a type 1, but you can still put conditions on your permit.
Got it. Okay, so how should we proceed?
You guys need to do a straw poll. I don't.
Are we going to have a special meeting in 10 days for Spark? Because can we not then just make this determination in 10 days at that meeting? Because I'm now confused. I'm not confused. I just want to think about it.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to feel like there's any muddiness in this. I want us to really be very clear what we're doing. And I'm not trying to slow anything down, but I want everyone to be comfortable with this decision. And so I would be very happy if we come back together in 10 days and decide what we're doing is we're moving the time frame down for us to be able to submit this to other interested agencies. That's all. That's what would change theoretically.
Well, is that a bad thing? I mean,
no, it just means that then they have 30 days from the time they receive whatever it is, the unlisted or the type 1 notification with all the backup. The other agencies have 30 days to get back to us. There's another time chunk, right?
I see.
It's not that it's a bad thing. It just,
I think Victoria though told us that we already missed their reply for our August meeting.
No, there's two parallel reviews going on. One is the seeker review and one is 239M review under county planning. So county planning, you've missed that deadline, but
Oh, okay, I understand.
the August deadline. The seeker review is a rolling 30 days from whenever you send it out.
Okay.
okay, oh, good. I didn't
Well,
understand.
I would appreciate the 10 days. Because this, now it's the hour when my mind actually starts to just, I need it. I just,
I know it's after 10, it's late.
yeah.
All right, so
I also just need to think because
straw poll board, do we want to push this 10 days or do we want to name it tonight?
Can I ask when your next meeting is? Because I might not be available. You might have to just take a vote on your own, which is fine.
it would be, we're talking about we're gonna have a meeting, if we vote on it, in 10 days, a special meeting for the Spark application. So we could add this to that.
So 10 days on my count is Friday, the 24th. You're having a Friday night meeting?
Well, it has to be after the 10 days. So, you know, we didn't set the date yet or the time.
So 2 days, 2
When is
weeks.
it? Monday, the 27th.
Yeah.
Lori, are you available early that week, Monday or Tuesday? For this, just for this vote.
I could do that. I could do the 27th. Can we make it the first item on the agenda?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I just have to confirm with the Spark people that they're available on the 27th.
And the city calendar.
But if it's just for this, I don't think, oh, well, Linda, you might be at another meeting. But I could certainly take minutes if all we're doing, oh, no, we'll check, and I'll confirm. Okay, so it
Victoria,
sounds,
could you forward us by email the resolution so we have a chance to review it?
Yeah, I can do that. So now that we will take this up, as far as the Hall Road, do you want to put off that vote for 10 days as well, sending it to county planning?
Do we have a document to review regarding that, or?
It was just going to be a motion to send it to county planning.
I think that we could do that.
I can put it into a resolution if you want.
I don't think we need that.
And Victoria, I mean, there would be nothing to prohibit making a referral for both projects to the county planning board while postponing a decision on seeker until a meeting in more than 10 days. Correct?
Correct. You could do.
Oh, I
both.
love that. Can we do that?
Sure. So it would be a motion to refer the Hall Road application and the dock application to Columbia County Planning Board.
even
Second.
before it's named as a type 1 or an unlisted. I can just send it along.
Well, you know, I don't work with Columbia County Planning Board that often, but yes, I mean, legally, yes, you can send it.
They are separate reviews.
Right, but I mean, do they have special
239M.
rules? They don't want to wait until there's a neg deck, right? Or a pos deck. They want to see it early in the process. Ryan?
I am not familiar with Columbia County Planning Board and whether they would, I mean, actually Pat might know the answer to that out of anybody here.
Yeah, I think that they'll be fine with looking at both of them. You know, they're very familiar with the process and the project, and the same staff are there that reviewed it before. So it should be a quick turnaround from them, one way or the other.
Okay, so let's do that motion tonight so we can get that process moving. Because again, you're not going to hear back from them until August at this point.
Okay, I agree with that. So would someone like to make a motion to send these two separate applications off to the county planning board for their review, their 30-day review?
The 239 review.
Correct.
239M review.
Teresa, do you have a question?
No, not yet. Hey, what are we sending to the planning board? What gotta take 10 days to think about?
No. So what the board is suggesting at this point, bifurcating that resolution, which was sending, it was two parts, the county planning and the classification.
Right.
And they're basically saying, tonight, let's deal with county planning only, and we'll deal with the seeker portion at the next meeting.
Okay.
Name it, unlisted or type 1. And in the meantime, we can all do our research, and maybe Ryan and Victoria, you could send us some information. Just, or Ryan, would you actually, you don't both have to. Ryan, would you send us some information on the difference and the benefits?
Absolutely. So I will send you links to a number of different documents, the seeker regulations, so you can read them verbatim, the law, the seeker handbook, the seeker cookbook, and a number of other documents. And if I can be of any assistance trying to flesh out the language, I'm more than happy to, help with that.
Thank you. So, board, what I'm hearing is that we're going to put a motion on the table tonight to send these 2 separate applications to county planning for their review, so they can begin their review, and that we will meet. Linda says that she has 2 meetings on the 27th, but maybe we're going to make her have 3. Could we meet
5:30 and 5?
No, 5:30. That's not what you said. You said 5:30 and 6.
Oh, yes.
5:30 and police committee at
Tom DiPietro. Yeah, Tom DiPietro just left a message that the fire committee meetings at 5:30 and the police committee is at 6. So maybe we could we do ours at 4:30, guys, or something?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
What about the following day, the Tuesday?
This one.
That's open.
Listen, board, can I just suggest Monday at 4:30? Oh, Larry, Mondays are bad for you.
No, I'll be in Maine. It'll be fine.
Monday at 4:30. I will double check with the Spark people and see if they are available. We would probably get to them at about 5 o'clock. Does that work for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then I need a motion to send this along to the county plan, these 2 applications onto county planning. May I have that, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Clark. Second?
I make that motion.
All right, Laura, you can second the motion. Linda, would you please roll call this?
Yeah.
Larry,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Betsy,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Laura,
Laura?
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Stephen?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Stephen and
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Okay, all, on we go. Well,
Sorry, Chair Graham Cow, we have to continue the public hearing as well. I'm going to recommend you continue it until sometime in September, just because it'll be helpful to get all this information back before you get comments from the public again.
so we want to be able to review the traffic
Okay.
study, name the action, get the information back from the other interested parties.
I mean, you can have the applicant come and do another presentation if you have questions and want to discuss it, but I don't think it's helpful to have the public comment again until there's, new materials for the public to see, such as whatever county says, whatever DEC says, et cetera.
How do you all feel about that? So we're continuing the public hearing. We're just not going to open it at our August meeting. We're going to reopen it in September. Am I interpreting you right, Victoria?
Yes, that's my suggestion.
Okay.
I like that.
I do too. That gives everybody time to review everything all at once and not little bits and pieces. I think that would be really helpful. So may I, do we need a motion for that?
Yes, motion to continue the public hearing till your September, whatever the date is, 2020 meeting.
Okay. May I have a motion to that effect, please, and I'll find the date.
I move that we continue the public hearing until our September meeting.
September 8th meeting.
I'll second.
The 8th, Clark, thank you. Linda?
Larry,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Betsy,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
and Clark.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Good night, thank you.
Good
night.
Thank
you.
you.
Hopefully you enjoyed your vacation.
No, board stays on. Victoria,
we're not
we
done.
still have Ben Fain's project to review and our regular meeting to go through.
Wait, there's another project for me?
No.
Oh, okay.
But when
All
you
right.
said goodbye, I didn't want everybody to sign off.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna sign off now too.
Yes,
Good night,
Ryan.
everybody.
Good night, Ryan.
We'll
Thank
see you in
you.
a couple of weeks.
All right,
Take
everybody.
care, Ryan.
Good night.
Okay,
Betsy, what time is the July 27th meeting?
4:30. Okay. You guys are troopers. Thank you, Ben and crowd. Really, I appreciate you hanging in here.
Well, I hope
So
you get,
much.
yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah. So our public hearing on 175 South Front has closed. We did not receive any additional comments. So that portion is done. So board, how would you like to proceed with this application? I said 175 South Front. I'm sorry, I meant 67. Yeah. Too much happening on South Front Street right now. 60.
Yeah, I had a question for the applicant. Is there anything, I'm sorry, I should know this, but is there anything that we asked of you or from you at our last meeting that you would like to share with us this evening? That was question one. And I think the other question that I had, I think is a question for John. John, did you have something? Didn't you go to a session that looked at this project and
Me, John?
yeah.
Yeah, no, I went and met with Ben and some of the folks down there after the last meeting. And they just gave me kind of a roadmap tour and showed me what they were going to be doing and how they were going to be doing it.
Oh, and that had to do with the sound
Yeah,
concerns,
yeah,
correct?
yeah. Sound was the main reason, but they offered and I took advantage of the 25-cent tour instead of the 10-cent tour. So that was a good
Excellent.
thing. Thanks, Ben.
And then the applicant, do you have anything, updated or new you want to share with us, or any responses that you want to make to the comments that you've got previously, or do we have any new? Yeah, do we have anything?
Yeah, I mean, we have the team here. If you have more questions, I think the things that were coming up, we wanted to give John a tour of how we were thinking about sound, and we tried to, go as in depth as we could. And we did have a little bit of an update. We loved the idea of some bike racks, and we've added that to our site plan. So we have that to share. We have done some more outreach to neighbors, which was something that you all asked us to do as well. And but otherwise, just here to, if you had any other questions, we're all here to answer them. So,
and for everybody's edification, I was pretty satisfied with what Ben outlined as their plan to mitigate the noise and stuff. So
I guess I would just like to hear about the hours of operation again. I don't care about the daytime, the nighttime, and when those doors close, and does that mean that everybody's inside? I mean, I'm glad that John feels good about the sound issue, but I really would like to know, if there's a closing time where that you won't go past a certain hour. What could you go over that again?
Sure. Maybe let Rachel take that one away.
Yeah, so the hours of operation, again, will really depend on the event booking, since it will all be based on what's booked into the space. Like we talked about last time, after 10 p.m., we're going to be really conscientious of any noise that's being made and encourage everyone to go inside and close those
So
doors.
are you willing to make it a standard thing that after 10 o'clock, everybody goes inside?
I don't think that we would say we'd close the outdoors entirely. I think if someone wanted to be out there having a conversation or smoking a cigarette, that should be something that's totally fine. But we're certainly not playing music or having like dancing happening outside anytime after that hour.
And again, I think also Hudson does have a noise ordinance as well, which we are very aware of and we plan to follow, you know, and it's pretty strict as it is. 55 decibels is very low.
Well, it's not really, depending on where you are, because the sound here is so strange and travels in funny ways. So, but if you're going to, I mean, if you're willing to kind of say that you won't have music outside after 10 o'clock?
Yeah, I mean, I think not having sound amplification outside after that time is really fair. And I think, again, like we talked about last time, we'll always have someone on site who is a contact for anything that might come up if there is any question or, you know, if there's a noise issue that can really address it in the moment, which I think has always been super helpful for me at other venues that I've managed.
Well, I think if you're willing to have no amplified sound after 10, that sounds pretty good to me.
Outside. Right?
Outside, sorry, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that means that the doors are closed for the amplified, for any other set, you know, music inside, yeah. That sounds nice. I have a question, in very early in your application, this is just me personally, you were gonna put up bamboo trees. Really curious to me, because I would love to have some bamboo trees. Are you still gonna do that?
Oh, you know, I remember that one. I thought that we,
that's
we
gone?
mixed it because it's invasive, unfortunately, and we didn't want it to get out of its little bed. But I love the look of them too. But I remember the board was worried about them. And
You weren't worried.
I was.
No?
Worried. I think because you said that you were
nasty.
Yeah, it's nasty, right? Yeah, it can get everywhere, and it's so.
But you can stop it from growing.
You can?
It's just, you can stop it. You can stop it from spreading. I was just curious because I love them. And I thought if you're going to do it, I was going to ask you how you're going to do it, but that's okay.
All right, board, do we have any other questions? I do not. And public comment has been enormously positive. So I would suggest that we move on to seeker.
Yes.
If everyone is comfortable.
I say aye.
Yes. All right. So Teresa's made a motion that we deem the application complete and we move on to seeker. Do I have a second?
I second.
Was that Larry? Okay.
Yep.
And Laura, Linda?
Hey, Larry,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Betsy,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Laura,
Yeah.
Stephen,
Yes.
and Clark.
Clark,
Clark's
you're
muted.
muted.
Thumbs up, yes.
All right. So just as we
Clark,
did.
turn Game of Thrones off.
Yeah, right, exactly. I'll read the seeker questions and remember that we're answering no or small impact or moderate to large impact. Those are our two.
Excuse me.
Will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulation? My suggestion would be no or small impact.
I agree.
I agree.
Will the proposed action result in a change in use or intensity of use of the land? No, not really. I would say no. Do we agree?
Well, it is a change. It's a moderate impact, I would say. I don't think it's a problem, but I do think it's a change, right? I mean, it used to be a
change in use.
yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community? I would suggest no. Or
No.
small. Will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of a CEA? They're not in a CEA, so that is no. Will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway? I would suggest no.
No.
I don't think it's going to have a negative impact there at all. Will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation and renewable energy opportunities? I would say no.
No.
Will the proposed action impact existing public-private water supplies? I would suggest no, it will not. And will the proposed action impact existing public-private wastewater treatment utilities? I would say no. I'm looking at you for like if someone's waving at me wildly because they disagree. Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? I would suggest no.
Nope.
Will the proposed action result in an adverse change to natural resources such as wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, and fauna? I would suggest no. Will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage? I would suggest no. And will the proposed action create a hazard or environmental resources to environmental resources or human health? I would suggest no.
No.
Okay. All right. So with that said, would someone like to make a motion to neg deck this project?
So moved.
Thank you, John. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Larry. Linda?
Larry,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Betsy,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
and Clark.
Yes.
Okay, so our conditions on this would be the no amplified music after 10 o'clock outside the building. Are there any other conditions that we want to impose on this other than best of luck to you?
So, start.
Okay. So Linda, if you could make sure that everything reflects that, then do I have a motion to approve this application?
Thanks.
I move. Laura
Thank you.
moves.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Steve. Linda, do your thing. This is the drum roll moment, Ben.
All right.
I can't believe it.
Larry,
Oh, yes.
John,
Yes.
Betsy,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
and Clark.
Yes.
Yay.
Yay.
Yeah.
Congratulations, everybody.
So happy. Thank you.
Ben, I assume you have the sets of plans that I'll need to stamp and sign. I'll need 3 complete copies.
Yep. We can get-
So you and I need to make a plan to get together this week. As you know, I live about 50 yards away, so we can make it pretty simple.
Great.
So I'll be in touch with you about getting those signed and stamped this week, and then you can get them to Craig, and we'll be all set.
Fantastic.
So good luck, you guys. It's a
Congratulations.
Everybody.
Congratulations.
Grateful.
It's
Thank you.
wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Night
Thanks.
all. Good night.
Night.
All right, board, before I let you go, we need to approve the minutes of the June 9th meeting. Linda, did you send those out with my corrections?
I thought I did, but I might not have.
I don't remember seeing those.
Oh, I think you sent them with all of my suggested revisions, but didn't actually revise them.
Oh, I revised them. I
You
just
just
may
didn't send them
not
out.
have sent them.
Okay, so can we take a look at those at our special meeting rather
Yeah.
than, since nobody has seen the final copy? Okay, and then IDA, John, is there anything burning at the IDA that we need to?
No, everything at the IDA has been about 620 Union Street, and it's mostly the financials and that kind of stuff. So, no issues that we'd even have to think about being concerned about at this point.
Okay. And as far as HCDPA, we also just met today. We're looking at some community benefit policies. Remember with the Stewart's project, they had to fix the corner and, there was a community benefit agreement.
Right.
We're looking at standardizing that so that actually applicants know what they're getting into when they have these big projects. And there's also an RFP for some townhouse type housing on State Street down near the tower that they're looking at. You might remember that there was a big behemoth of a building that they were suggesting down there, remember?
Yeah.
And the soils wouldn't withstand that kind of heavy infrastructure, but they are apparently sufficient. There is apparently sufficient area and stability to build smaller townhouses. So there's an RFP going out about that. That's really all I know about that. Oh, and the Strategic Housing Task Force is continuing to have life, which is good. It's not just been a shelf thing where it's just collecting dust. As far as bills are concerned, I'm expecting one from Barton and LaJudas. I've written John Privatera and asked him to replenish escrow. We'll also be paying Victoria on a monthly basis for the large projects. And Laura, I want to answer your concern if you're still around.
Yeah.
About that thing about not having her paid and escrow opened. That was a real snafu. I was waiting for an escrow agreement from her. It's got to be an official document that I would then send to the hotel to have them sign and open an account for like $1,500 to cover her hours. And that never happened. So I had nothing to propose. I had nothing to do. Cheryl's furious with me, but the bottom line is I didn't know I didn't have an agreement to sign and set up with them. So
okay.
I'm sorry it happened. I really feel badly. We could have used some help on that project, I know. But it was one of those crazy, we're all new at this and I didn't know how to set that up.
Betsy, I have a question about that. I mean, we do have the ability, right, to bring Cheryl in on matters where we don't have an escrow account, right?
Yes, and I was waiting for the paperwork from someone in legal to get to me so that we could open this escrow account, and it just didn't happen, unfortunately. And I didn't.
Well, it's a learning curve, Betsy. It's your first time doing that, and I have a feeling that you're taking the blame for something that's not your fault.
Yeah, don't blame yourself.
No, it's okay. I feel badly because we could have used some legal advice there, and I also think that Victoria spent some time on it, and now we don't have any money to pay her. So I feel badly for a number of reasons, but it won't happen again. And I have a meeting with Victoria and Cheryl already scheduled while this was all happening tomorrow to go over procedures because I don't know what I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sorry about that. Continuing ed hours, you guys, I sent that that Excel spreadsheet around. Did anyone have any changes? And then I could submit those.
Larry has to add 2 hours.
Larry needs to add 2 hours.
None, he has 2.
And me too.
Right, but I have till December to do that, right?
Yeah, but you've already done 2?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I have Larry down as 2, John Cody has 4. Teresa, you've done 3?
Yes.
I saw 2 3/4 for Teresa.
2 3/4?
Yes.
How could it be a
spread over? Spread over to the side. It was odd.
I didn't see that.
I want to confirm.
And then Laura, you have 4?
Yep.
Stephen, you have 3.5?
Sounds right.
Clark, you have 5.5?
Clark.
I love learning.
Can you give Stephen give Steve one of your half hours?
I just need a half hour.
Highest bidder. I can always
And give Teresa the other one.
Yeah.
How many do you
Linda, for the record, I have 8 1/4.
Oh,
Wow.
Wow.
so is Teresa 2 3/4 or 3?
I thought it was 3, Teresa, but you tell me.
It was 3 also.
Okay, then that's what it'll be.
3 it is.
I need
All
to
right.
submit Teresa.
So Linda, I'll send you my little spreadsheet that tells you what everybody took. A lot of us don't have certificates because it was DOS related stuff and they're not giving out certificates for anything, but I know you're going to trust us.
I think we give it out for the CEQA.
Yeah, there is one. but you know, for my 8 1/4, I have, I think only the one, but.
It takes
I feel like I
hours the way they do it. But I'm not-
Okay. And the last thing on our agenda is meeting frequency so that we don't have this again. Laura, I know you're not a fan of 2 meetings a month when we need it. I'm wondering if we have one meeting that is just for public hearings and another that is just for this kind of stuff.
Can I suggest that if we do the 2 meetings, it's just on a temporary basis until we clear out our agenda?
Absolutely.
And
That's
then
possible.
go back to the
It's
one.
not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Well,
You guys do what you want to do. I am not going to commit to 2 meetings a month. If we weren't in a pandemic and I were producing theater, there's no way I would be able to make 2 nights a week. I also feel we're being taken advantage of. I think that this is going to up our workload, because one thing we can't say, and I'm going to say we should say it, is sure, 2 meetings a month, as long as they don't go over 2 hours each. But we're not going to be able to say that. And we're probably not even allowed to say that. Some boards, by the way, are paid. We're not. I think that I think I'm fine with calling special meetings rather than this. It's something, it's going to start out well-meaning, and then we're going to be 4 hours on 2 times a month.
You know, I think that's
a
really good point, and I think that, you know, the reality is that we had a backlog because of our 2 months that we missed, and we have the Colarusso matter, which probably will not be with us forever. And I think that we could, on an as-needed basis, add a second meeting until such time as we don't have a backlog, or we don't have Colarusso, and then. But the reality is that work expands to fill the time allotted to it. And Laura's right. If we commit 2 meetings a month, we're going to have enough work to do in 2 meetings a month, and we're going to not make decisions, and we're going to punt it to the meeting in 2 weeks. And I kind of like the idea of doing what Laura says: have special meetings as needed until we work through our stuff, and then we can figure it out. Like if we need a standing meeting, we can do that.
I just want to, you know, a lot of us, and if not most of us, I don't think that the person that suggested that we do this realizes that we are doing a lot of stuff away from our meetings.
Yes.
You know, a lot away from our meetings. Now we don't have an attorney on special projects. So now we're going to have to educate ourselves in the law. So it's not just like, you know, this was however many hours we were tonight. This during the week, the studying that we do, or the meetings that we do with the Department of State, for example. Several of us have met with them several times now, or that, you know, the discussions that we have without a quorum. I think this is a consuming job.
You're right.
But on the other hand, you know, having meetings till 10:30 or 11 o'clock is not acceptable either. So I'll do what the board wants to do. I simply can't commit to always being able to do 2 times a month, or I'll be happy with special meetings. But planning special meetings isn't going to help with a situation like tonight.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think for me, just knowing when things are going to happen and not doing last minute scheduling is what tends to help me the best kind of navigate the, you know, world of work and childcare and everything else right now. But I do think you're right, Laura, and I think that the way Larry put it is dead on, and what I've experienced in my career, which is that, you know, work fills the space that you allot to it. So, I mean, I do feel like right now we just should expect that there are going to be needs for special meetings probably for the next at least few months. And I don't know. I mean, maybe if we just go with that expectation, but don't agree to it just indefinitely, it would allow us to get some dates on the calendar and just know that they're on there. Yeah, that's for me. That's what helps the most. Is just that expectation that we can plan around.
Okay, I understand. I am always happy to do these special meeting things, and you all seem very accommodating with your time when we call these. So I'm happy to keep going in that fashion for the time being. So let's try it. We've got a special meeting now on the 27th, and hopefully we can get some things moving along, right? We've got the hotel off our plates now. We've got 60 South Front off. So, you know, I think we've got Verizon looming, right? So we know there's some biggies coming.
The one thing that Victoria brought up that was, maybe I can't bring that up. Maybe because that was a private session that we had with her, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll text you guys about it. Never mind.
I have a quick comment too, just on the meetings and just sort of, I know I sent the email early on too about this, which is, you know, since I've been on the board, the default setting is basically everybody who's applying automatically gets on the agenda. And I know Craig Haig, God love him, has always basically insisted that everything that's before him gets on, you know, gets on our docket. And with the assumption that our time, like tonight, and I know we're post-COVID or in the middle of COVID, and I know that we have a backlog, but it seems like we should discuss like perhaps capping the number of applications coming in so we can more, or I guess better control how much time is managed. I mean, every bureaucracy, not that we're a big bureaucracy, but everything is slow and backlogged, right? It takes, you know, if I were to get application for permit in New York City, it would take a year based on limited resources. So it's always been implied that our resources are basically unlimited and we'll just handle everybody who comes down the pike. So maybe we could discuss even limiting the number and pushing back against Craig a bit, maybe, on how many we can actually take at any one time.
So what would that mean then? If Craig were our gatekeeper, would he
could be
send things through to permit without our review, or would he just
No.
tell the people to wait?
Can't Betsy do it?
Betsy,
because I ultimately set the agenda.
Yeah.
Well, just for consideration. I know we want to catch up and I know we want to do right by people applying. I totally get all that.
But don't we have a 10-day period? The applications have to be in 10 days.
Right,
So there is a cutoff.
Yes, but
I think that we decided the 10 days.
No, it's code, Laura.
It is code?
Yeah, a completed application has to be passed on from Craig's office to us at least 10 days ahead.
Then it's that we started demanding that actually happen, because it used to be that we just took them no matter, they came in the day before, and okay, I got it.
Right. Does that imply we have to take them even though they meet the 10-day deadline is my question.
No, yeah, that's right.
Well, that's a question maybe we can ask Cheryl, since we can't ask Victoria. I mean, that's a question for an attorney.
This is a new Hudson. This is a new Hudson. What was happening 10 years ago is not the same as what's happening. You got people in Hudson tearing down buildings and building them up. A lot of stuff is different now. So we have to change with the times.
Well, there's a lot of good work going on, and it's not going to get any easier.
Sometimes we just can't see it all.
Now we got the chickens.
Yeah, I really think we should stop.
Tell Pietro, if you're still listening, we don't want chickens.
I shouldn't reveal it, but neither do I. But I don't make final decisions.
Okay, all right. Okay. I shouldn't either. All right.
I have a comment on another topic, which is related to Teresa's topic early on when an applicant was drawn into our conversation, perhaps inappropriately. I feel it's inappropriate that Pat Prendergast and John Privatera sit in on our internal conversations on how we're going to proceed and lobby us. It's just so it's grossly inappropriate, especially when he's threatening to sue us. I mean, come on.
It was so hilarious when John was.
It's ridiculous. And I like your comment, Laura. I know this is on the record, but it's sort of like you just convinced us. Well, anyway, I feel maybe I'll appeal to the chair to like cut these guys off when we're discussing stuff internally and they're not in the wings lobbying us.
Yeah, I do think it's a function of this weird, I have you on a little grid here and everyone's the same on the grid. And, I think Teresa, you're right to say that I was out of turn.
We just got to be careful.
No, I hear you. And I think it's true. But I also think we shouldn't have, if we're deliberating, the public needs to listen to the deliberation and not pipe in and, chime in and pipe up and chime in, whatever cliche I want there. And I don't know, Betsy, if we are in deliberation mode, if there's a way to have Shaheen mute everybody who's not us.
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't know. I was going to do some muting tonight, but I didn't want to mute us. So I didn't know how to do that. So anyway,
we could ask Shaheen to do it. Just give him a signal that we are beginning deliberations.
And only board members can speak.
May speak, and others will be able to reply or respond whenever. But that would be a way of, and that would help me certainly, because if everyone's little microphone is red, then I know that it's just us, and if everyone's muted, then they can't do anything, right? Like,
definitely do that. That's absolutely. We can.
Yeah, I like that.
I
like that.
So I just wrote down a note, but don't let me forget that we're going to do this.
Okay.
This can help me remember as a matter of how to conduct the meetings. Because I'm like managing like a lot of stuff while we're having these meetings. It's weird. Everybody texting and emailing me, and it's nuts.
Betsy, what Clark said about finding out if if you can control the number of applications we see a night. I mean, it has to get to you within 10 days, but does it mean we have to act on it or see it or host it?
I'll work with Craig. He usually has a sense of what's coming down the pike. And when he sees a biggie coming, Verizon, for instance, we can look at what else is in the hopper and we can say, you know what, maybe for these two small lot line adjustment requests, applications, we do those in a special meeting and we save the big meeting for.
Now that would be a good idea. The little stuff, a special meeting, we're out in an hour. And they don't have to wait, their lawyers don't have to wait. That would be perfect. The little stuff in one quick meeting.
But keep in mind, we have posting requirements that have to be met. So it's very important how we schedule.
Yeah, that's right. But that's right. Yep. And Linda, you'll make sure we're on top of that.
You bet.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm tired. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Me too.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Adjourn.
Make a motion that we adjourn.
Okay, I don't even think we need a roll call for this one, Linda. We're out.
I have to pass one thing along. A few minutes ago, I got a call from my neighbor wondering if I was okay because I hadn't gone out to move my car. I wanted to just be. So I had to tell her it was an online meeting. But I love Hudson. It's great.
Yeah. I just want to say, Larry, the lighting on you has gotten very dramatic as time has gone by.
I was going to do this, but I hate that.
Oh, no, I like it the other way. Really nice.
Larry goes to the dark side.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, I've been there for years.
All right, good night, everybody.
Bye, good night.
Everybody.
Bye.
I didn't get